What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. Today we are continuing on with our Valheim Deep North 1.0 prep playthrough. That is quite the mouthful, but let's just get loading in to the game whilst we're doing the intro. So in case you've been living under a rock and you haven't seen a content creator do this, this is something that pretty much every Valheim content creator ends up doing on the cusp of a new major update for the game. But I actually have never done this before because I'm normally pretty focused on doing other things than just normal playthroughs. But because of 1.0 and the Deep North, I'm actually super excited to just start playing the game normally again. Been so long since I just got to play the game as sort of like a casual Valheim fan and player. So I'm really excited to do that. I've actually never been more excited to play Valheim, to be honest. So just in case you don't know what a prep playthrough entails, basically we start a new character and a new world, and we do a full playthrough of the game right up until the new content. So in this case, we basically would beat all of the bosses up to Farda, and then once we've done that, we basically start gathering whatever gear and supplies we think we're going to need for the Deep North. We leave it at that, and then when the Deep North comes out, because normally when an update comes out you're able to continue on the same world and character, that's what we'll do. We'll play up to that point. When the update comes out, we'll continue on and head into the Deep North. So this is us getting ready for our sort of first Deep North playthrough, as it were. On the last session, we beat the first two bosses, which isn't really massive progress, but we also found our trader, bought our strength belt, and check this out. This is actually the craziest thing if you didn't see it. We actually found a freaking maypole naturally, which is like one of in every world. And you can only build it, during the summer season, basically. So this is a massive deal. Sorry, did I say summer season? I didn't mean that. I meant like solstice or whatever. But anyway, let me first just quickly make sure I post in the Discord to let everybody know I'm alive, and we'll jump into it. Yeah, so we beat the first two bosses, we found our trader, got the making yard, and we started building our little makeshift base at this maypole. This is where I want the main base to be. We're going to end up just sort of adding to what's already here. But frankly, time is going to start to become a bit of an issue. So today I want to try and make a lot more progress. We haven't done any organization yet at all. But yeah, the first thing I want to do is actually get this tin melting that we actually mined when we're out and about, and then we really need to get portals on the go. So my priority at the start of today's stream is going to be to we did build a forge, which is good, but my priority is going to be to make a bronze axe so we can get started with portals. What's up, Regent? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good, mate. Yeah, so I'm basically just gonna insta head out. I want to... Oh, we got bear claws as well, by the way, in our bear headpiece. You guys hadn't noticed that already. All right. What's up, Fluff? Thanks for the stream. Hey, Dana. What's up, dude? Thanks for the stream. Hope you're doing good. Speak of the devil. Watch out, Fluffy's back. I noticed. Is eager. The freaking 10-year vacation's finally over, is it? Yeah, so obviously I'm taking my time and just having fun. That's kind of the point in this playthrough. But I do have lots of video and stuff to make behind the scenes. So I don't have all the time in the world. So I will be mostly just focusing on killing bosses and getting the build and loadout that I want. Oh, Poggy! Fluffy. Thanks so much, bud. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. 36-month streak. I really appreciate that, dude. That's a long time. Thanks for supporting the content and keeping the dream alive. It was only 7 years? Oh, just a casual Scandinavian 7-year vacation. You know what's funny is I watched the stream back to make sure the quality and everything was good. And I was like, oh, the game's a little bit loud on stream. But it was fine in my headphones. So I adjusted it, turned the game down, and then turned my headphones up. And then Fluffy almost scared the shit out of me because now that's... because I turned my headphones up, the sub sounds way louder in my ears. But it's probably for the best. Sometimes I do miss alerts in the heat of the moment. There's got to be people so mad that I don't mind this underground. What I'm actually going to do, I never care about getting the most copper. It's like nobody cares anymore, right? No one wants to be mining this shit anyway. But mine as little of it as I can get away with, really. So I just do the top layer and see how much I have and see where I'm at. And if I need more, I'll do the bottom layer. But I won't cross it off the map. I hate mining so much. Yeah. I hate mining copper. The best mining in the game is probably tin because it's just like a couple of bonks and you're done. That I'm fine with. But I'm with you. Mining can be super annoying. But you know what mine is kind of cool? It's not a kind of mining. But you know, when you get to freaking crack into the giant skull brains, it's just kind of, I like it because it's kind of metal. It's like you're doing giant brain surgery. But yeah, just sitting clicking ain't the most exciting thing. I feel like nobody that plays a lot of Valheim likes having to do anything to do with bronze. So going underground to get the rest of it. Who really cares? Now, that's not really a lot, so I will start going in now. This is kind of what I do. If I'm able to skip bronze, I do exactly. I'll plan on spending as little time with bronze as I can. but I'll make my first. You know, I might do like a full node, my first lot, and then I'll see where I'm at. I found 1-star stick troll and he helped me mine ores in the forest. Yeah, that's how we did the first part of this node, actually. That is, it's fun. But yeah, the thing is with bronze, like, we need to make a kettle and stuff, don't we? Yeah, if somebody is like a big time builder in this game and they make like lots of nice builds and they want like lots of want to mount lots of cool items and stuff like that, you just need so much. How was the vacation anyway, Fluffy? So nice time. I'm very glad that I decided to run all the way to the trader and back before getting started with bronze, because at least we have our strength belt. Look at that. How annoying is this, by the way? It overlaps with a boulder of stone. So I have to kind of double mine. Not really that excited about that. But yeah, I'll see how long I last today. I'm going to be as long as possible. I want to make as much progress as possible today and focus a little bit more. Getting a bit distracted, just catching up with chat last time. Just yapping away. Yeah, I think... Doesn't really seem like we've got much left, actually. Yeah, fuck it. But there is a bit more. Got another node that I marked to the north there. You know what? I might keep this stone and just go back. Because we're going to need this. We're going to need a lot of stone pretty soon. What's up, Jason? Thanks for the stream, mate. I hope you're doing good. All right. Oh, bear. That kind of looked funny. Relax, dude. I'm low on stamina. How sneaky. Forest dwellers are ganging up on me. Trying to conserve stamina a little bit just because I'm rested. I do like the bear paws, but definitely more used to weapons with a bit more reach. Hope you get a chance to stream often on release. Yeah, I'm hoping to stream a lot after 1.0, definitely. As long as I can, I'm going to be really busy making videos, but if I'm really organized about it, I'm hoping to be able to do some regular streams around release. Will I do a fresh run at 1.0? Definitely at some point, but the plan is to carry this run on first. But I do want to do fresh run as well. But I think I'm going to continue this on first. What's up, Mike? Thanks for talking about the stream, mate. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good, thanks, man. Yeah, honestly, I'm really, really excited about the idea. Oh, hang on. Let me make sure we got all the bear mats. I'm not sure. No, I didn't. I would love to do a fresh restart, a fresh run for 1.0, and I definitely will. It's just, it's gonna take so long to see all the and do all the new things on the stream that I want to at least do this first. But probably like really soon after, I'll do a proper fresh run. Honestly, you know what would be cool is to actually do a bit of a forever world now, like after 1.0, you know what I mean? Like now we know the game's not going to change like massively. You know, maybe ever after 1.0. Would be a good time to do something like that. We did collect lots of stone, and I'm pretty sure got lots of cores, right? Whoa, Poggy. Oh, Volkmere, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub. The Slide Swift, I really appreciate that. You legend. Thanks for the gifted, man. It really helps. Thanks for supporting the content. Keeping the dream alive. Appreciate that, buddy. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Right. We can do another. Let's really get things started. Do we have like a stack of wood that we're willing to burn? Yeah, we actually kind of do. Good. I'm trying to get a load of wood on the go so we can skip the night and get things going a bit quicker, but we might be a bit too late to make that much of a difference. Sometimes you guys know how it is, right? You go to sleep a little bit too late. You only save yourself a tiny bit of time. Yeah. It's all good though. let's get a load more wood for the coal farming. Do. Kind of nice being able to listen to the music a little bit. I only have it on quietly because sometimes I think it's a bit much when it's really loud. I'm guessing that you're not even going near the north anytime soon. I mean, not mega soon, no. The plan... Well, I won't be heading... I'm not entering the biome before the update, obviously. Because I want it for the new generation of that part of the map. But, yeah, I will, Oh, you know what? I wanted tier trophies, didn't I? Forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna keep it unexplored. Now, I don't care about going like pretty close to it, but we're just not gonna enter the biome. But yeah, I've legit never been more excited about Valheim right now. Got such a good feeling about 1.0. But anyway, yeah, it's also like we were talking about yesterday. At this point, after what, like 5 years of Valheim or something, I've kind of barely played the game normally. And now, you know what I mean, with all of the updates plus Deep North, I'm just really excited to actually play the game like a normal person for a change. Now, of course, once we're done with all of the new content and I've played the hell out of the game normally, we'll be right back to all the speedrun and challenge stuff, because that for me is really where the replayability lies. Like all that stuff, I find it becomes super fun when starting to get a little bit bored of playing the game normally. In any game that I like and play. Like any game I truly love, I like all of that kind of stuff. Just keep me engaged with the game. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start filling chests with like smelter related stuff, like coal and ores and stuff right here. Yeah. Alright, don't let me get too distracted today, chat. We need to stay on task for a change. I look talking to chat so much on the stream. Just trying to read every message and just chat with you guys, but I do get very distracted sometimes, which I like, but we need to make sure I'm actually ready for 1.0. So we have a bit of a mission today. Okay, so I actually forgot that we wanted to make a stag breaker. Kind of just for fun, really. But I sort of stopped collecting trophies because I forgot about it. And I thought I may have had enough, but I guess not. Yeah, I guess. Right, we'll just keep an eye out when we're out and about. Definitely got enough on the go to just get started with some ore, because we got some, we do actually have some tin and some copper. You'll probably wait, hang on, shouldn't we have more copper? .0 hype. Been a minute. Last time I watched the Mistlands release video live on your stream. Oh, nice. Well, thanks for coming back, Atomic. I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing good, bud. Yeah, that was really fun. That was really cool because yeah, here we go. It released. We just missed this stack. They just did like a release on a test run spontaneously, and I just downloaded it on stream, right? And we jumped right in on stream. That was actually really cool. A good moment in the channel history, that, I think. All right, well, let's get started then with bronze. Let's say bronze bullshit, because it kind of is bullshit, isn't it? Bronze is... It is what it is. Wow, look at that. We just need a little more. Right. We'll be able to do what we need to momentarily. Oh yeah, we should check our honey as well. Make sure this doesn't get too full. We should also get started on meads sooner rather than later, really. It's always a good idea. Right then. To make the cultivator and farm before you run back out to mine. I was thinking about that, yeah. I was just thinking how much I care about anything we've got to farm right now. we're going to want to make the whatchamacallit, the spice rack thingy, aren't we? Pretty soon. So I think it, yeah, I think it does make sense. But I'm going to get some fine wood first. Just locally. Because I will actually improve my comfort a little. I never did make that chair, did I? Yeah, I think I actually ended up collecting the extra fine wood I needed just to make a chair and then forgot. Which that sounds like something I would do. I don't really care about this. Maybe I'll put tools in that one for now. This. We'll do this one as well. We're going to stay messy for a while, purely because just want to make progress. I'm losing my voice apparently. That's a new one. Not exactly ideal. I don't know why my voice just started being weird. Half an next mining run up. Well, not worth it. I don't think it's worth it right now because we got the strength belt and because I plan on making as little bronze as possible, really. I'm not going to make any weapons or anything. Right, let's just grab that fine wood. I was thinking about the cultivator for replanting trees as well. Losing your voice, time for an ASMR whisper stream. True. The moose mount looks like it'll actually be worth it because it looks like the deep snow will slow us down. Do we know if it will or not yet? I'm pretty sure we know it will, right? I'm not sure really what I'm allowed to say. But I'm pretty sure from the pre-release footage that we did see that it slows you down, right? But anyway, yes, I'm really, really hoping that that's the case. I'm hoping that the moose winds up being a mount that's actually totally worth using. I'm not 100% convinced yet that it will be, but I'm hoping that it is. You know, if trolls or lots can break silver or iron. I tried to get a golem to bust silver before, but it wasn't working at the time. I think they can, right? I don't totally... I've never tried it, but I feel like I remember... Nah, maybe not, actually. I definitely remember people trying it back in the day. But I don't remember what happened, so it's not really very helpful, is it? Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I definitely remember, you know, people like not using the wishbone. People do that all the time. Like, they don't use the wishbone necessarily to find it, but they still... The thing is, it's so fast and easy to get an iron pick. So that's, like, never really the issue. Hey, what's up, TD? Thanks for the stream, mate. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I think I'm thinking about this cultivator thing, chat, and we're gonna do it. I'm gonna increase my comfort a little bit. Which I don't know. Am I close enough to this? I'm not sure if I am. I'm really tempted to just make a tiny where to sleep in under this. I know it's 10 meters, but what level should I be on? Uh, 6. Yeah, I think... Yeah, that has to be included in it, doesn't it? Yeah, I think we're close enough. Beautiful. Such a gorgeous house. I think that's all we can really do that's going to make a difference right now, right? Oh, worth it. Let's slap a portal down too. Get more ores going if we can. Yeah, we haven't got much to smell anyway. House is about efficiency, not a lot. True. Well said. You're in the right place. Well, or maybe not. Definitely not the right place for a nice house. We have done a few really nice builds on stream in the past. Just 90% of the time I don't have the patience. Also, we're kind of talking about this on the last session. Like, at this point, there's like so much cool stuff that you don't get until the late game. I kind of like... I'll make my base look nice towards the end. You know what I mean? At least until we're working on Ashlands or something. Right, so we only need one more trophy. That smelter finish already? Alright. Oh yeah, we slept. Of course it felt finished. Not about. We need to be a little bit careful about this. That's the first Valheim speedrunner you watched. I enjoyed it a lot. I appreciate that, man. What we should do is we should use this for a cauldron, and then the last bit here we'll make a cultivator, and I think that's like basically the best use of what we've currently got. Right. Now I definitely recall making a concerted effort to collect a bundle of wood, but not a ton. Yeah, there we go. For this exact scenario, basically. A couple of early crafts. This. Nice. And then... oh, I left the door open. Thinking, how the hell did this guy get in? No good, is it? We need to do some food. I think it's time to start... I accidentally scrolled down around a window on my other monitor then. I open my inventory. It's time to start on our cooking station, I think. Which speedrun category/rules are you most excited for? How long do you think a glitch speedrun for 1.0 might take? I am the most excited by the concept of having a proper 1.0 any percent category, where it is literally like the traditional, the most traditional form of speedrun in the wider speedrun community, not just the Valheim one. That is basically like, the goal is simply to beat the game as fast as humanly possible at any cost. I think I'm going to do a little bit of terraforming and make a little cooking spot. Yeah, so basically, Iron Gate have already confirmed a long time ago that we're actually going to get a proper credit roll, and that Valheim will have a real ending. I did a video about this a long time ago. So, hypothetically, you know, any percent is just do whatever it takes to see a credit roll. Where's my hoe? I definitely bid a hoe. And, you know, the hope would be that there's a bunch of stuff that we could skip, so that we can have a category that's actually, like, objectively pretty short. You know what I mean? I mean, in an ideal world, we'd be talking sub 1 hour. But regardless, I just, like, whatever the full category, however long it ends up being, just the shortest possible speed run to actually, like, quote unquote complete Valheim is what I'm most excited for. And it's been what I've been most excited for a really long time. Even before they said that that's would be the, like, actually possible. So I'm really, really happy that it is going to be possible. Hey, what's up, Zine Thorn? Thanks for talking about the stream, man. I hope you're doing good. I'm just making a little basic chimney so we can shelter cauldron. I like to have a little outdoor cooking area. General. You know what's funny is because of how little I actually do this sort of gameplay, you guys are gonna actually get to see random shit like this that I actually like to do in the game. Some of you may have never seen me do anything like it before. There's something I'm enjoying about this, where just the absolute most basic stuff that everybody does in Valheim. It's almost like a novelty for me to do it on this channel. Kind of funny. Nice. Right then. So that's for our cauldron. Now, I will do the same, like, you know, I'll do something better than this. I'm not sure where. Maybe we just move that somewhere, because I actually, one thing I haven't really thought about is an area for all the smelters and everything. So I think we're going to need to start being a bit more efficient with our space here. Maybe we line all of these up down here, kind of. You know? And then I'll make a bit more room, and we'll extend that sort of grill area, so we can have some cooking stations on the go there too. Thanks, Ethan. I appreciate that. I am doing well, thanks, bud. Do we know if the credits will roll when all the boss stones have their trophies? Would that still make it kind of an all bosses run? Kind of hope not. Would be cool to see a shorter run. Exactly. We do not know that. But yes, that is the that's the sort of thing we're waiting to find out. Speedrun Rise. I will say, you know, I've been banging on about this for a long time. I don't know if any other speedrunners actually care. But I tell you who does care. All of the most successful speedrunners in the world from other games that won't speedrun Valheim. How it currently is. But anyway, yes, that's the dilemma. It's like, you know, hopefully it wouldn't include that, right? Because yeah, exactly, it would still just be the same. Would be an all bosses run. There we go. That's good enough for me. I think I'm just gonna do this. We'll just kind of make it a double width. So what are you guys... People ask me all the time what I'm excited for and stuff about the update, but what are you guys most excited for about 1.0? Curious. I think we've heard enough about what I think. Can't we squeeze another one there? Probably not. Nice. Right, this is much better. Starting to feel human. Or whatever. Normal. Moose tames, hopefully you can pull heavy carts. Oh yeah. That'd be awesome if the moose can pull heavy carts. That's a good one. Okay, cool. That's enough for now, food-wise and stuff. I think what I'll do is... This is how the disorganized Valheim player starts to organize. Is as you start to build out your base, you just start slapping chests down next to relevant things that you add to it. So I'm gonna get a little bit more wood. Oh, we need... You know what? We need to do some cultivating, don't we? We never started that. So quite clearly, like this sort of area. I'm going to get rid of this. And basically everything sort of to the right of the door here can be farmland for now. Okay, cool. That's pretty good. Deeds. I'm most excited for the retouching of previous biomes and potentially blending more biomes together. Yeah, that is actually super cool. They have said... Oh, I didn't realize I dropped that in there. That's kind of a mistake.
Let's go.
Foggy. Tree Hugger, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, bud. Yeah, they have said that there's going to be like biome variations in all the biomes now. So yeah, that's actually a good one. It is going to be cool to see that. So what I'm going to do is, chat, I'm just going to double check all of our unorganized chests. We're going to turn one of these rooms into a storage room where I will actually label everything eventually. But I'm just trying to just keep progressing for now. But yeah, I'm going to just make sure we have all of our carrot seeds, plant all those, and then before I go out, I'll get all of our trees. And I'll go and replant a bunch of trees. As we do another wood run. Beech trees. We'll just replant all the beech trees. I don't think I've ever replanted a tree on stream. I mean, I must have. But I don't recall. Right, this is good. This is like, we just did so much stuff in a short period of time right here. Around the base. Don't really care where they go. Although maybe I should. Don't accidentally cut them down. Right. Let's start with fine wood. I'd really like to get started on meads soon as well. I think if I just get started on meads, I'm down to head to the swamp. Do we have the kettle recipe unlocked? Don't remember. I don't. We might be a little bit short of a kettle right now. Do. Right, so we've got one person excited about taming moose. Another one excited to see what they're going to do. Oh, we didn't go for a normal tree. Do all the early game biomes. What else are people excited for about Deep North? Oh, he ran away. I was going to say I should have shot him because still do want that dag breaker. I want to do a bit of cheese. Right. So. Going to sort of do like food and mead related stuff here. Oh, I just stashed my wood. Don't want to do that. Right then. Enemies are nearby. Better left my door open again, didn't I? Oh, I actually didn't. In your last video, did you try another armor other than Aspen or without armor? Did you see the same damage reduction? Very interesting. Oh, thanks, bud. I appreciate that. So yes, and yes, basically. So the one caveat is what I realized that I forgot to mention in the video during the testing. Was that there's something about the way the damage reduction works that I didn't bother going any deeper into it because I thought it was maybe outside of the scope of the video. But basically, if you don't wear armor, any armor, the damage reduction isn't as much. But if you have any physical damage reduction happening from any armor set, it has a massive impact still. So the numbers are different, but the percentages are the same. But I think the reason why when you're naked, it's not as intense is just because you don't have any physical damage reduction when you're naked. So you need like a base level start of some kind, right? And it's any amount physical reduction for it to buff, if that makes sense. That seems to be how it works. Where are these enemies, bro? Oh, there. I'm excited for 20-hour speedruns, I know, right? You're welcome. Don't know if you guys heard that. I do have crazy noise reduction, as we established on the last stream when I managed to eat a packet of crisps into the microphone in silence, but someone just drove past in a Harley that was ridiculously loud. Right then. I still want this Dagbreaker, but I don't think I have the forward. Do I even have the other mats anyway? Don't even think I do I? I don't have enough core wood anyway. So I know, keep that out. Oh yes, I remember what I was going to do. Let's set up our first portal. Yeah, let's look at that. I think I'm going to basically just have a home portal. This is in such a random place right now. But we're getting there, organization-wise, I suppose. Well, anyway, what I was going to say is, you know what? I think we just put it here out of the way. I'm going to not label it. Because that way, if we don't manage to slap a portal down, it always brings us home. Alright, so a bit of fine wood. We can ditch extra. Forward. We need to get a bit more fine wood when we're out and about. So that we can actually put a portal down. We don't need to take these. I will take that just in case. And I guess I think, we could definitely do another bronze run, but I'm sort of thinking we just go exploring because we've not found signs of a swamp yet. I might go this way. Might go west. Ironically, Crisp is a great noise reduction app. Nice. Yeah, I guess we just head out. Keep an eye out for them deers to get some more trophies. I don't think I'm missing anything I can be leaving going. And before we end up in a black forest or something, let's make sure we just get that fine wood for a portal. Yeah, that's it. That's why the concept of these any percent runs could be so good. If, like, I think everybody would like. It sounds stupid because no shit, people want speedruns to be shorter, but I mean, like, within the current category's lower limit is going to be massive compared to if there's a load of bosses we don't have to do. But anyway, I feel like we spoke about this topic so much. Hey folks, I know Nick probably wouldn't say anything for a couple of hours, but it doesn't hurt at all. It might even help to hop over to YouTube and click like on the stream. Through Zine Thorn, I appreciate you helping out as usual. Oh yeah, I fixed the bots, by the way. They weren't working on the last stream. There's just some big update. I just had to turn them back on again. Okay, we've been to that block forest. So we've done this coastline too. Let's not retread all this old ground. What do they care about? Some random bones. Man, inventory's so full already. Whatever. It is what it is. What would your day job be in Valheim? Chef, blacksmith, carpenter, builder, hunter, stuff like that. Chef sounds pretty good, honestly. I always think the Valheim food, it looks kind of cozy and fun. There's something about a cozy banquet hall and all those feasts. Right, nice. We've got enough for a portal sorted. I could drop those pickaxes pretty soon, actually. I don't think we're really going to be buying much else either. Oh, I know what. Oh, no. No, good. I was going to say I know what we could have settled before I left. Could have got some meads brewing, but it's not true, is it? We didn't have the ore. You don't need to do follow wage anymore. If you hover over your username, Twitch has it built in. Got one of these for now. Oh, yeah, we want more trophies. It's been 4 years and a half since you followed. Nice, dude. That's so fantastic. It's a long time. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm not going for every piece of treasure right now. I'm trying to not get distracted by every piece of loot. This is a thing with Valheim, right? Sometimes you need to just have a mission. Obviously, people do complain about like the limited inventory slots and stuff, and I agree. And I go around like I carry lots of things all the time as well. But this is the thing. I don't have to collect everything useful that I see right now. Focusing on exploration because I just want to find a swamp. It's been 84 years. True. Yeah, we're just about getting to a stretch of coastline I haven't explored. Oh, you know what? Oh, I just remembered. There's a cave on this mountain. And we saw another mountain here. That's really the place to go. Progression. Trophy, please. Good. Step, please. Gotta respect the grind. Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to revisit Valheim as a complete experience. I had only one playthrough so far, and this ended with landfall in the Ashlands. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of jealous of people that only played Valheim when it went into early access and haven't been back since, because oh my god, there is so much. Like the Ashlands and the Mistlands added so much stuff. Like what you gain, like so many more cool items and stuff, and armor and gear and all the rest of it in those two biomes than anywhere else. It's like it's kind of nuts. And by the looks of it, the Deep North looks even crazier. So it's going to be so awesome for those people. Oh, your only playthrough was then as well. Yeah. Honestly, it's really cool to see anybody who's sort of been out the loop on Valheim for a little while being interested. Like, I am not sure. Honestly, so here's what I'll say. Within the Valheim community, obviously amongst content creators, it's no surprise and no secret, right, that lots of us are hoping the game really blows up with 1.0 and it gets some semblance to the level of, you know, mania around it like it did in early access. Because, you know, the Valheim community is great and a really healthy size, but it is a fraction of that level of thing. So it benefits everybody. But I always feel like, I don't know, I'm kind of like a bit of a realist about stuff, and the idea that somehow or another Valheim might become the biggest thing ever, at least for a minute again, after 1.0, is something I've been pretty skeptical about. You know what I mean? Just based on the reality of what happened with the last couple of updates, because not last couple of updates, but Mistlands and Ashlands. The Mistlands and Ashlands update were absolutely amazing. I thought they were great, but in terms of like moving the needle in the popularity of Valheim, it didn't actually really seem to do that much, because I do think there's a lot of people that still just felt like this just wanted it to be done. You know what I mean? Ultimately. But despite that aspect of it, despite the sort of speculation, that's just me sort of like kind of guessing just based on vibes alone. You know what I mean? But in terms of Iron Gate's actual work and quality, like every big major update, the quality of the work just improves every time. Like, it's insane. You know, there's mixed responses each time, but in terms of like what I see from Iron Gate, what they do each time is getting crazy. And I've said this to them before, that you know, it's clear that they're getting better at what they're doing. And from everything that we've seen from the Deep North update so far, it's like no exception. So whether or not Valheim will explode in popularity with 1.0, I'm not sure. But what I will say is, I wasn't convinced it would be the case based on how people reacted to previous updates. But what I'm seeing in 1.0 in terms of everything, all the pre-release stuff that they've seen, like it looks like it has the potential to be so good that I can actually imagine it getting a lot more people excited, and like even people that have been skeptical for a long time. Oh, did I didn't check for a trophy, did I? I don't think I got one. Nah. Yeah, and so anyway, I think I'm starting to think that, oh, actually, maybe loads of people might come back to Valheim just based on how good it's starting to look. And I think just having the 1.0 label on it alone, there's just going to be so many people. Like, people, you know, people generally mean what they say when it comes to how they respond to video games, right? Like, there is just loads of people that thought the game was great, but didn't feel like keeping playing the game with when the updates were sort of piecemeal. That just wanted the game to be done, like I said. And so 1.0 sticking that 1.0 label on it is, you know, Iron Gate telling everybody this is what they consider done. And I think that will matter, I think, to a lot of people. What's up, Dr. Derpin Daddy? What a name. I feel like the Mistlands was the most pivotal update. What do you think? Well, I can tell you based on the analytics or the, you know, and the reaction I saw on my YouTube channel, that it like, that's the update that had the biggest impact by far. By far. But, you know, it's most people didn't stick around. They just played the update and, you know, went back to whatever they're up to. 4. We got our last trophy, by the way. What do I want to do here? I'll drop this, I guess. I don't care about that. Where's my bee? Where's the queen at? Where is she? There we go. You did 225 hours. Yes. Regent was checking his Valheim hours. I came after Mistlands and Ashlands, but Call to Arms made the combat a lot more fun for me. I do think it made the combat a lot more fun. Yeah, I think that was a good update for people that are big fans of the combat. Any dodge rollers out there, like me, avid dodge rollers, big fans of dodge rolling in the game, I think we're found those changes to be fun. I haven't played a full run since Hearth and Home. Why would I keep 8 rocks instead of getting honey? Well, because the bee will allow me to get infinite honey. I've already got some honey being made at home. 2 doesn't really make that much of a difference. But fires, on the other hand, one of the most powerful things in the game that you can kill almost anything with. Because I'm exploring right now, a good chance I end up in a different biome with some bigger boys to kill. So I want my fire. All right. Let's mark this door. Waiting for the full game at this point, but I still like to watch. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that makes sense to me. I think there's a lot of people in that scenario too, and like I said before, I'm kind of jealous of people like that, because that's like probably, honestly, the best way to have done it. This game, I think, is gonna blow people's minds. If they've not done like a full playthrough since around then, and they just do 1.0, I think it's gonna be crazy. Whoa. Weird sounding motorbike just flew past. I only started playing Valheim this year. I love it though. My favorite base that I have built is an Elder at the Elder Boss site. Yeah, that's actually a really popular build site. It's a really cool place to build, right? I think it is a cool structure in general. But yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, welcome to Valheim community. I think yeah, there's got to be a lot of people that have like randomly picked the game up more recently too. I mean, there's going to be a slight price increase, right? As well, so there's probably people buying it for the price increase. But yeah, that's cool to hear. Also excited for winter or seasons or temporary ice age. Either way, looks cool. Yeah, all the biome variations looking cool. We're in the plains biome now. Sweet. We're not finding a swamp. I'm literally just blindly running, hoping I'll find a swamp or something. It's not happening. But I'm not slapping this portal down somewhere that's not useful. A decent axe is just like a chainsaw and Grade Wars just lined up at a door like that. Kind of funny. We could just go back to base temporarily and carry on the hunt. Looks like we're going to end up circling this whole island at this rate. The funny thing is, though, we're able to run all the way to the Elder and our trader without even making a boat. Like, the fact that we've not had to use a boat yet is kind of crazy. So we did get lucky on our last session, really. Not that surprised if we don't find a decent swamp early. Although, to be honest, if I remembered about the ice cave and the mountain that we saw sooner, I would have gone the other way. Oh, we need a bit more core wood, don't we? Sort of forgot about that. About that. Let's make a bit of food. Someone on my server called the Grade Wars the Pebble Gang. They do like to throw those stones. It's so funny how different. I do find Grade Wars super annoying since they started throwing so many stones, but it is kind of funny. It's kind of weird how they're so different since they made that change. But yeah, like Zethlon said earlier, chat, if you want to help out for free, one of the best ways you can help out, full stop, is just by smashing the like button on the YouTube stream. No exaggeration. And subscribing to the YouTube channel. Even if you watch on Twitch, do an exclamation YouTube, heading over to YouTube and just smashing like and subscribe makes such a big difference. It makes it more likely for all my content to show up in the recommended feed, and that is the main way that I pay my bills. So and right at this point, it's starting to feel kind of like we kind of might as well do a bronze run again soon. We're not going to make progress in any other way, but like I said, I don't like, I'm not gonna just have, like, I hate just having sort of random useless portals dropped all over the place. I'm gonna keep exploring. We'll find something useful. Might start collecting dandelions whilst we're here, just trying to, you know, like before I was saying that, you know, with all the inventory slots and stuff, you don't want to get too distracted. You want to have like a mission. You have to collect everything useful that you see. Just have a goal and stick to it. Otherwise you get like overwhelmed and your inventory is always full. Well, this is kind of like the opposite, right? I'm just exploring, looking for new biomes, figuring out what we've got on our starter island, and I want a portal down in a useful place. But whilst we're not really finding what we're looking for right now, whilst I'm looking, now's a good time to empty the inventory a little bit, because we've got portals now, and just, you know, actually do collect everything useful that I see, because then we're not wasting any time. Leather's always good. We maybe attract that guy with this spear throw. Throwing a spear at the ground aggroes nearby enemies, for people that don't know. Ooh. Interesting. Maybe we just trap this guy. You know what? Maybe this is a useful thing for our portal, right? 2-star. Nope. What is this? That is such a bad fence work. Right, anyway. Super efficient fencing, right? Yes. Well, I think it's bedtime for me. It's very nice to be able to catch you streaming. Catch you on the side on it, or else catching up with Dana. Nice. He was a bit grumpy for me going on holiday, but it's okay now. Appreciate that, Fluff. Thanks for the look. Have a good one, dude. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a bit of extra wood. Let's mark this location. the pig. It's absolute immaculate fence work, right, chat? We've never seen it so good. Sometimes video games are just so much more fun and you don't give a fuck. We could sort that fence out, make it nice and tidy. Am I going to? Absolutely not. 2-star needs 2 fences. That's what the extra layer's there for. That's what 2-star means. The number of stars is the amount of layers of fence required to contain the mob. That's how Iron Gate designed it. The way the developers intended. Right, so what I'm going to do is... Don't need to kill that guy. I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna place a bed. You ready for some ultimate strats now, chat? Let's set a spawn point. Right. Then I'm going to go through this portal. Then I'm going to rename this as Piggy 1. Then I'm going to do /die. And then this portal can actually get its name. Don't have to do multiple journeys or anything. Now, I wouldn't ordinarily bother with doing anything to kind of like protect this pig or portal. But I think I'm gonna thinking about doing it. Like just maybe a bit of quality fence work. I mean, I'm so good at fences. Yeah. Might as well show off. We'll destroy that. Before I forget, reset our spawn. Because that would be frustrating. Because we deleted our bed, our spawn's now back in the middle again. Hello? Oh, okay. We'll do a sleep, I guess. Didn't realize they'd gotten to that time. I'm pretty sure they're all like clock mods, right, for Valheim. Almost every game has a clock mod. Does anybody here actually use that? Right. So the reason I'm doing this, that I always say to people, like, you don't have to, things don't have to be as protected as you think in this game. I'm that guy. I like basically never really do this. Because in my experience, like portals and stuff tend to kind of just be fine. But sometimes shit happens. It just does. It's rare. Always guaranteed that I don't need to do this. But I do really want that 2-star. So I'm just doing this to make sure. Like insurance policy. I don't have it set on an exact time of day. Just dawn, morning, afternoon, and midnight. Oh, that's nice. Craft from... Oh, it got out. Grab from chest would be a trinket. How's it possible? We did such a good job. Look at him in play. I use clock mod and stick to it religiously. Hot tub and bed at 7. Nice. Where's he at? Oh no. Oh, there he is. Right. Guy's aggressive. Got pure rage in his eyes. Pretty good. I imagine along your career you have been asked a lot about the portal and minerals interaction. I don't know how it works. What's your opinion? I think it's good. I think no, I haven't fed him yet. Maybe I'll give him some. I was gonna feed him after I fenced him off, but it's too good of a pig pen that we made. Such a weird shape. But oh, there we go. So yeah, when Valheim was like newer, I think there was a bit more conversation and a bit more sort of controversy around the system of not being able to teleport with certain with ores and certain items and stuff, but I don't really feel like anybody cares anymore. You know, like the game's quite different. There's a lot more going on, and I think, you know, most of the Valheim community really knows how to play Valheim now. So I think it's still only really potential concern for like newcomers or whatever. What's going on? Why is this being weird? Huh. It just felt like it was only activating half the time there. But yeah, on the whole, I actually think I like it. honestly. But I never really had an issue with it. My approach to maybe remedy the whole thing about not being able to teleport with certain things, I think, is that I think the main reason people get frustrated is there we go. This is fine. The main reason people get frustrated, in my opinion, was just like back in the day, or like still when people are like new to the game and they get onto like the Iron Age and their swamp's like super far from their base. They just like find it super boring hauling iron across the world. Some people love that. I liked it when I was new to the game, but all I would say is like, if they just made the ocean a little bit more interesting, I think that like that's really the way to handle that, if you know what I mean. So that like having to do a lot of sailing the whole ore could be more of an adventure if there was more going on in the ocean. Now, we're not getting that with 1.0. We might see it in the future. The other thing is, I think people do forget about world modifiers. You can customize so much about how your Valheim world works now with world modifiers. And you can just easily make it so that you can teleport absolutely anything with world modifiers. So if it really drives you crazy, you know, you've got that option. I'm actually curious. Nothing ultimately beats the fact that the troll's just weak to Pierce. Curious to see what actually does the most damage out of everything we have. But yeah, it is still a spear. Oh god. This is all I don't want to be in. You're stuck now, aren't you? If I don't aggro you up close, so you don't do your big slam attack, you're just trapped. Look how dumb he looks, trapped in his hole. I think the portal restriction works to encourage exploration. There just needs to be more to discover other than resources and box locations. A mod from War Policious that adds 150 locations makes exploration much more fun. I totally agree with that, Dana. 100%. I've always wished. So I don't know if anybody in chat is like a Minecraft player, but you know how like in Minecraft now, there's kind of like so many just like random little points of interest that have like little chests and some kind of loot in with just like random stuff. Like almost every biome in Minecraft now has something like that, you know what I mean? And I just think like if basically everywhere had random little things like that, and some places do, and it's cool that like the stuff like that exists in Valheim is really good. I just think like if there was way more of it and there was like stuff going on in the ocean. When it comes to the ocean, I just think of Sea of Thieves. Obviously, Sea of Thieves is not the greatest game ever by any means. But when it comes to life on the ocean and the experience of that, I don't think anything really compares to Sea of Thieves. And I just think of like when they added the whole thing where there was like locations you could stop at that are like little outposts and randomly in the middle of the ocean in Sea of Thieves. And I forget what you even did there. They're like a quest giver or a trader or something, right? I forget what. But like, imagine that. Imagine if it was possible to find an ocean trader. Imagine if instead of there just being one, there could be several different ones. So you might like randomly bump into them and maybe they had slightly different items you could buy and sell. Imagine if there was like a bunch of different mobs. Imagine if there was a kraken. Imagine, you know what I mean? It's just like, that if the ocean was more interesting, people wouldn't like be so concerned about spending more time there. But like to Dana's point, like if the entire map there's more going on, not just the ocean, you're also like sailing past things that are interesting, right? You're just having to traverse the entire, it's not all sailing, like you're having to traverse the entire world. So yeah, I do think that situation is way better than it used to be, because there is more to the game than there used to be, you know? But there's no doubt that the ocean could be more interesting. Interesting that bear claws are like the most effective thing against it. We have the bear. But why? I don't know why I thought it spoke like Yoda backwards there. Yeah, it's kind of funny that bear claws the most effective thing we have against this guy. We're still in no rush for that. Oh, you know what? Guess I dropped this. We maybe shouldn't venture off too far. We didn't put an additional portal down. I think I might head back. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut our losses exploring in this direction, and we'll head back to base, get some more portal mats, and we'll actually explore over here like we said. We should go and put a portal down at the trader anyway, so we can do that on the way. Yeah, the bear is one of the newer additions. It's actually a really cool mob, to be honest. To me, it feels like the devs wanted traversal and road building and carts to be a decent part of the game. In my opinion, it is a good mechanic to allow portals, but still require some reason to adventure from place to place. Oh, I mean, I mean, yeah. I don't. If you could just teleport anything, I don't think Valheim would be the same game at all. Like it's really good that it's an option for people to make it so you can teleport anything. But I think like obviously they want like the gameplay experience to be like you are forced to traverse huge areas all the time. If I like the game, then I just trust the devs to on whatever they do. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I mean, you know, there's always going to be things that you think like maybe it could be done a little different, or that you disagree with, or it's not like ideal, because that's life. But that's childish. Get hung up on tiny little things like that. Because I kind of feel the same way. I hate it when developers just bend to the will of the internet, because people have no idea how to make video games at the end of the day. You know, like listening to people's problems is totally valid. Listening to their solutions is absolutely not. You know what I mean? You should... That was weird. You should have like a whole team of designers that know way better than the average gamer. Now, within reason, sometimes there are no-brainer. Some you know, things that communities ask for are a no-brainer, but yeah, I really like to just experience somebody's creative vision. And I totally agree with that, and that's exactly how I feel about Valheim. However, you know, yeah, there's still stuff I think's like dumb and shit some occasionally. Less so with Valheim than most games. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It's that's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine for there to be things that we don't all love, or things that like I even may think are ridiculous. But it doesn't mean that I feel any differently about wanting to experience a developer's vision. You want it warts and all, right? Truly incredible things, true like works of art, have imperfections. I don't really think perfect really exists. And if it does, I think the closest thing you're going to get to somebody's version of perfect is essentially like focus group swap that winds up being completely uninteresting because it's some, you know, focus group's version of what the ideal thing is. The one thing I'll say about listening to, like, wanting to see developers like full vision and trust in it is, I do have a caveat to that, which is that I do fully believe that there is sort of a team size, you know, but where basically it becomes impossible for, you know, individuals' creativity to shine through. And so I do think when games become like huge corporate ventures, that I couldn't give two fucks about what their quote unquote vision is, because I don't think it's real. Just like a corporate venture. And so in a weird way, like I think with some AAA stuff that's not really that creative but could still be a good game in some sort of a way, I think like kind of sometimes with stuff like that it can make a little bit more sense to listen more to the community. Do you guys even know what I'm saying? Did that make any sense to people? Made sense to me. Yeah, anyone that only played the first 5 biomes back in the day would be probably blown away by just playing through the game right now. I don't think there's going to be like crazy shit added. They've basically said, right, they're not going to add that much to the early biomes. But there is so much like quality of life things that have been added, and they're all like biome variations, so that there's lots of new things you're going to be seeing from the very beginning, but it might not be specific to like new biome content other than just visual variations and stuff like that. Valheim is perfect. The problem isn't Valheim, it is no Norwegian vacation length. True. What day does 1.0 release? September 9th. The ocean's still a bit scary for me. Always seems to storm when I'm sailing. Yeah, I mean, for a while in the game, it is a little scary until you get like a long ship and some good arrows to deal with any serpents. Be nice to be able to acquire the stone portal a little bit earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there needs to be a middle portal too somehow. think we forgot to mention that, right? There's a lot. In fact, I think the person that asked the question about portals might not know if they only did the first 5 biomes. In the Ashlands, you unlock the ability to craft a portal where you can teleport ores and stuff. There was something else somebody said that I thought was kind of interesting. If I want to say search for serpents, knowing when sunset is helpful. Oh, that's actually an interesting point. It does sound like a good mod to me. I like that sort of mod. Very vanilla plusy, but very useful. I'm into that. Right. Let's focus up, chat. What was I going to do? I was going to check what my eyes count currently is. Good. Let's go get some more fine wood. Oh, never mind. We don't need any. Cool. We're going to go out exploring in the other direction, weren't we? Let's do that. I'm trying to not get too distracted. Well, you know what? We might as well just label this trader because we know what we're doing. It feels nice starting to get your portal network up. We've been running so much, and we still are running so much, but pretty soon we're running a whole lot less. We'll not be doing patch notes. It will be harder to find everything new at 1.0 launch. That's interesting. I like that. I like that. I do wonder if after 1.0 they may start to focus on edge case / behavior glitches. I think the game has so few glitches that I can't really see them giving too much of a fuck, honestly. But probably, based on what I've seen from them in the past, the fact that we just got like a save revamp, for example, it's probably safe to assume they'll definitely be doing bug fixes for many years after 1.0. But certain more persistent things, I don't think it'll change, because I don't think I really need to bother. I was mostly thinking about making it harder to wall glitch. Oh god, I hope not. I don't think that is... So, the funny thing is about the wall glitch thing is that, first of all, I think that's the sort of thing that I would never expect to change, because, you know, it doesn't seem to have been enough of an issue to have negatively affected the game in any kind of a way. So it's probably not worth the time investment. That'd be my guess. And it's this phrase, I always forget what it was called, that people always used to use back in the day. I want to say it's like legacy glitches or something, but I don't think that is the phrase. I always forget. Used to hear it a lot years ago. But anyway, that specific thing about wall glitches, the interesting thing about wall glitches is that it's obvious to me that there's been some sort of consideration with the, you know, more recent biomes around things like that has been more design orientated. You know, like, for as an example, just like the queen being in her own dungeon is sort of an obvious way to get around a lot of the weird manipulations and stuff that people would do on boss fights. You know what I mean? Exactly, yeah, instancing things. And in the Ashlands, you see it a little bit less. But I always get the feeling that everything new that you see feels like has a slight bend to it that bears in mind all of the little tricks that they saw people doing in the first 5 biomes. And it does at least appear that like the Deep North has a bunch of stuff like that. We see a lot of instancing, right? We've seen 2 different types of dungeons. That's instancing. I do also weirdly think, maybe I'm talking out my arse here, but I feel like a lot of the models and structures and places where you would wall glitch using those strats, I feel like they're just like making things harder to wall glitch through in some of the more recent stuff. How did I not time that right? I know why I didn't time that one right. Okay. Let's not get too distracted. I just want to kill that bear because I want bear meat. Yeah, you know, I think there's just like a lot of the newer models are sort of like bigger, chunkier things that's harder to glitch through, I think. But fuck me. One of the things that I sort of regret now looking back at it, but when I was more focused on speedrunning in general, like not just Valheim, I remember when Elden Ring came out, I was speedrunning that for a while, right? And we did like, before the leaderboards was up, there was like an unofficial, some runners was competing doing Margit or whatever it's called, like the first boss, like speedruns. And we beat that time. I don't know if people remember this. I posted a video about it. I'd started, I was speedrunning a certain category, I forget what it was called at the time, in Elden Ring. But it was basically an any % category on a certain version that I thought was super cool. And I was doing pretty good at it at the time. And I posted, like, I posted a video about that where I did a breakdown of the run in real time whilst doing the run. That actually did pretty good. But anyway, I was really into it, and I was at a certain point where I was like getting pretty close to world record, and I was thinking there's a new strat that would come out. I was like, oh, if I just master this new strat, I think I could get record on this category. And I was grinding it super hard because at the time I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe my approach is so I did the Valheim speedrun thing just because it was fun, right? And I wanted to sort of try that out as like a niche for content creation. So there was a brief period of time, especially after getting some like Valheim world records, where I was thinking like, maybe like it could be cool as a content creator to lean more into speedrunning. And so I was thinking when new games come out, I might try and be competitive. And so I was doing that for Elden Ring. And anyway, there was a certain glitch with Elden Ring to do with the speedrun where you do what's called a wrong warp, where basically in Elden Ring there's basically a fast travel mechanic where you have to get these sort of like bonfires that are like checkpoints, and once you get to a checkpoint you can fast travel between other checkpoints, right? And basically when you're wrong warp, you basically would leap off a cliff to your death and warp to a certain bonfire, and the game would actually put you in the wrong place. And this creates tons of skips in Elden Ring speedrunning. And then I just like woke up one day and FromSoft had patched that out, and I was so pissed off. That I basically quit speedrunning Elden Ring on the spot. Now I've periodically, like, you know, people still run specific versions of Elden Ring, and that's still a thing in the leaderboards, but it's just, it becomes a whole different thing. At the time, that felt so demoralizing, and I was pissed off about it because I was like, this has like nobody was doing this to ruin their Elden Ring experience. It was not like most of the tricks in the Elden Ring speedrun that are like that, like, are quite hard to pull off. That is definitely was not commonly being done for people to sort of exploit stuff in the game. It was strictly used by like speedrunners, and who gives a fuck? Like, it's not a big deal, you know what I mean? It wasn't something that like somebody playing the game normally could conceivably do by accident. Why would somebody try and fast travel like whilst they were falling off a cliff, you know what I mean? And so I just thought they were being ridiculous. Now, in retrospect, I should have just ignored it and kept doing the run, because really with Elden Ring, like, there's certain categories where it matters less what patch you're on that people run, and there's certain categories that people run where everybody runs a certain version. And like, there are lots of speed games like this where when you actually look at how the categories and the leaderboards are broken down, it is like there's so much separation by version. There's tons of different versions of leaderboards, and it ultimately it just becomes like normal for people to down patch, basically. Now, I think it's sort of annoying to have to down patch just to do a speedrun a game, but it's an option in almost any game that it can just be a thing to down patch. And anyway, the reason why I talk about this is that, like, you know, I don't have to, like, it's not super important to me to, like, maintain the idea of me being like a Valheim speedrunner forever, because I already don't do it that much, if you know what I mean. It's just the game's not finished, so I've been telling people for ages, like, I'm waiting to see what happens with 1.0 and stuff, right? So, like, if the Valheim speedrunner sort of winds up in, like, a shitty place for one reason or another, got no problem with, like, never doing it ever again. I'm really enjoying playing the game normally. You could do tons of challenges, and you know, I don't... Who knows what the future holds? But, I would just assume that... I mean, I already occasionally do content on other games. You know what I mean? I would just assume going forwards that we'll be doing content for other games in the future. It's something, you know, I don't know. But anyway, I say all of that to say that there are certain things that if Iron Gate did would piss me off from the perspective of, like, it just, you know, if it is essentially clearly targeting speedrunners and challenge runners and stuff, because it's a commonly used strat. Because frankly, I like, there's stuff in the game, like, currently there's so few strats that are like a big deal. Like, I don't think that any of them are detrimental to, like, the normal playing experience. Like, when developers patch a game, it should be, you know, for the benefit of the audience. And if something is an issue, if there's a strat that is used by speedrunners that for whatever reason also creates problems for players, then it absolutely makes sense to fix it. If it's something that has zero impact on anyone other than speedrunners, I think going out of your way to, like, fuck over speedrunners actually has an obvious negative effect on the game and the community, because speedrunners are a big part of lots of games communities. However, Iron Gate have said on the record multiple times that they won't do that. They said that they think all of the interesting things people do with the game, with, like, all weird stuff with, like, speedruns and challenges, are really cool and entertaining, and that they won't ever target speedrunners and challenge runners like that. They're only going to fix things if it's had, like, a certain amount of bug reports from regular players. So I'm not so concerned about that. But just as a hypothetical, something like going hard on wall clips, I'd find a little concerning. Although, you know what I mean? Like, if, let's say, 1.0 comes out and we discover all of these amazing strats to beat the game in a short amount of time and they get patched out, we can always down patch and only ever run that version of the game. Presumably we'd figure that out. What's up, Angpass? Thanks for the stream. I hope you're doing good. What's up, Davey? Excited for 1.0? Hell yeah. I'm super excited. Good to see you guys in the chat. I'm pretty sure I did look into this a long time ago. For Valheim. But if I'm not mistaken, any Steam game can be down patched. It's been a long time since I've done any down patching, because I haven't ran Elden Ring in a long time. I used to just have a specific version always saved on my hard drive, but, you know, I changed computers and formatted a bunch of times, and base is always an issue. But I seem to recall that It's just some command line tool that targets a specific Steam patch, and there's nothing devs can do about that. It's part of the Steam pipeline. So really, you know, there's been some slight issues like that with Valheim in the past, but the reason some strat disappearing like that was an issue before is just because the game's not finished. Once, like 1.0 improves so many things for speedrunners. As long as we have a 1.0 version where there's a credit roll, we're Gucci. You know what I mean? If we find a bunch of skips in 1.0 and like 1.1 patches them out, it doesn't matter because we still got the full version of the game that we can down patch to. I really hope they add inventory slots if they confirm they were doing something. They did confirm they were doing something. Yeah, someone brought that up the other day. I'm not so sure about that. There was something said somewhat casually, if I recall, about them doing something to remedy people's concerns about space. But I don't think it was actually confirmed that it was necessarily more slots. I'm not so sure. I sort of partly wonder if it was just a reference to the new part, but I'm not sure. I certainly would like to see more slots or something. I remember them asking a lot about it. I remember there was a point where they were officially asking. I remember that the devs were annoyingly patching glitches that were only used by runners. At least that is how it seemed. It was like they would watch some speedruns to harvest the bug list for Monday morning scroll or something. There was a time where it felt like that, but they did say that it wasn't. And I remember that there was that scenario that was sufficiently annoying that I sent a DM to somebody at Irongate, and I'm pretty friendly with this person, and they told me it's not the case, that they actually did have a lot of bug reports submitted from users. Oh, you meant Elden Ring? I was gonna say the Valheim thing, we had it confirmed that it wasn't the case, because I was thinking about the AI manipulation thing. The funny thing is, we've figured out ways around the Queen AI manipulation now anyway. It doesn't really matter. Yes, I think FromSoft did do that, and it was really annoying. So, I'm obviously a big fan of Japanese game development, as somebody that kind of feels like the late 90s to early 2000s was like the peak of civilization. As a millennial. I'm a big fan of that, of Japanese game development in general, but nowadays there are all these like weird cases where it feels like it's quite common for Japanese studios to be somewhat out of touch with the gaming community. And I think that was an example of that. I don't think they meant anything by it. I just think they didn't really get that they were causing an issue. But yeah, I literally done like massive podcasts with huge conversations and podcasts about this many years ago, way before Valheim ever released, before anybody watching here had ever heard of me. And I did like a podcast for like 100 and something episodes. And I've known a few people that lived in Japan over the years. And we talk about this sort of stuff, you know, extensively. Some people worked in game development over there. And it is like a real thing with Japanese companies. It's not that like Japanese people are just as in the know as we are, obviously. It's not to do with the Japanese culture. It's more to do with the Japanese corporate culture. A lot of companies over there, it's they're like an old Japanese warship. You know, it used to be the analogy we used to use on the podcast. You know what I mean? They take a long time to turn, long time to adapt. Even if the game design can still be world class and superior. But it's more to do. There's just like a kind of like a culture of the older, more senior people staying in leadership for a long time. I wonder if credits will roll after placing the final trophy upon defeating the last boss. Or upon defeating the last boss. I guess we'll have to wait and see. My 1,100 day world created in 2021 will work perfectly with Valheim 1.0. Then I could kill the queen. Yep. It probably will work fine as long as you've not got undiscovered areas. Are we practicing speedrunning / quick play for progress for 1.0? No, I'm just playing the game normally for a change. I haven't played the game normally in years. Not for any decent amount of time. I'm actually just having fun playing the game, and I'm super excited to be playing the game just like anybody else for 1.0. We'll probably do some speedrun stuff after 1.0 for sure. Fix the roof. It's tricking your OCD. I think I actually might fix the roofs, to be honest. At some point, I'm going to rebuild. I'm going to make them all square buildings, to be honest. Dude, the two most recent trailers are beyond sick. Yeah, they are so good. Looks like YouTube chat's waking up. How's it going, YouTube chat? But the other day, I was literally just talking about how... but you know, so we'll come back and work on the base later. I want to... keep exploring. And then we'll... this is still our spawn, right? Yeah, it is. Once we find something useful, we'll work on the base a bit more again. You don't have the hat yet? Yeah, this is from the bear set. It's actually really cool. One of the main things I love about this armor set is that it actually increases your health and stamina regen. I am tempted to try and make the rest of it because I think we're pretty close to having everything we need. Man loves you. Yeah, we have been finding a lot of bears. I feel like. We're really eager to progress today, and we have made some good progress, but we just need to find something to do with more bosses. Let me mark this. I normally just put TC, so I know it's a troll cave. Regular fires are just dungeons. Got a bear right next to us, I just noticed. Getting wrecked by the skeleton as well. Let's let the skelly finish him. Wrecked, how embarrassing. Imagine getting wrecked by a skeleton like that. What a noob. Don't run. He knew he was getting wrecked. This just starts to run away. Typical Valheim mob. As soon as he starts to get embarrassed, starts to run. Should start collecting thistle, actually. We haven't started doing that yet. But you know what? I forgot about my... kettle. I was going to start working on the kettle, wasn't I? Yeah, I think we should look at making some more of the bear armor, because we've got so much bear loot that we've not been using. It'd be nice to get the health regen. I do like this troll armor set because nice and fast, but it would be worth the upgrade. No point in sitting on all this troll stuff. Be fun to have a bear as a pet. That would be cool. I agree. So I was gonna say this earlier in the stream, but I sort of forgot. I really want to make a lot of progress in this run, because I have got a bunch of videos to work on, and I'm sort of concerned. I think I'm just going to circle this mountain to see if we see a tower structure before I go and check that cave out. But I do want to check that cave. Yeah, what I was going to say is I'm going to stream like I normally do for as long as I can tonight. I'm pretty tired, so I don't know how long I'll be able to go, but I think like if we just stay live and I like go and grab a bit of food or something, for a bit of an energy boost, and if I a swamp, nice. Or like, you know, maybe even if I get super tired, like I just go like no cam for a bit. I always feel like I can get an extra few hours out of the stream after going no cam. Feels like it takes less energy. But that's only if we're gonna be like streaming mega late. We'll see how it goes. Boom. That right there probably has a modder rune in it, I'm telling you. Right, we finally found a swamp though, all under plains. Interesting. I do like the bear claws for dealing with mosquitoes. Finally, though, chat. Finally. See, I knew it. I knew that this area is where we would find a swamp. Because I always feel that it's pretty common for there to be a swamp at the foot of a mountain. Whenever you're looking across a different island like this. I had a feeling. Let's go check out that structure right there. Here's what I'm going to do, I think. We do this. Maybe do like and then let's do /die to go back to our bed, and we can rename our trader portal at base so that we don't have to set up an additional portal. Swamp filled with crypts. It would be great if that swamp was filled with crypts. I'll be honest, the swamp isn't looking too great, but I also feel like with the world gen in this scenario, it's either going to be like a teeny tiny swamp, or it's just like it actually goes a lot further around the corner or something, and it's actually good there or something like that. You do lose skills for doing /die. But skill loss is not really a big deal to just have like one set of skill loss. You're not dying all the time. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. It certainly makes a difference if you end up in like a death loop or something. Literally just had a comment on my latest video saying, why would this ever be useful? Look at this shit, bro. How is that not useful, you fucking moron? Hey? What did I say? Modder. Check. Freaking zoomed up this mountain. You've def looped a lot playing on hard mode for the first time. I can see that. Right. Oh my god. Modders living in the Ashlands, basically. Hill. Hill modder. What a lunatic. That is so far away. Right, so I am going to actually leave this, or leave a, portal somewhere on this mountain. Oh, we can still parry on start. That's nice. Ow. Still the freaking height thing being annoying there. Dude. Can't see, bro. Let's back off a little bit. Fire arrows on the go. It's funny, like the height discrepancy thing for combat is way better than it used to be. But obviously that was pretty nutty height discrepancy, weird shit going on there. It may definitely makes it a little bit more scuffed. So I'm going back around to where I saw the ice cave now. I'm gonna place a portal near there. How many bears? We go for the world record here of bears. Amount of bears on like one seed or something. They're everywhere. Why does it keep happening in this area? Not even as bad as the other place. Yeah, let's we'll get this portal down. Must be the last line of islands before Ashlands. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good chance it is, honestly. Yeah, it's so far south, it's crazy. I'm glad it's not a speed run. I'd be pretty pissed at that. Okay. I think yeah, I'm just gonna dump this here for now. I think. Or am I? Now you know what, let's oh yeah, sure. I think I'm actually gonna do what I did before and maybe make a little bit of a fence. We don't have to go crazy, do we? Yeah. With Modder so far south, I wonder if you could get into Ashlands with a Feather Cape jump. You can almost certainly make it into an Ashlands in general with a Feather Cape jump. But only from glitching out of a dungeon. Not off like a mountain or something. It's just, yeah. Usually not likely. Oh, I didn't have my, oh god. I didn't actually equip my classic. I didn't actually manage to equip my weapon fast enough there. Need a little bit of wood. I want that fang. Yeah, I remember trying so much of those kinds of glitches, like the Feather Cape thing. I don't know if you guys remember, but I always thought people would care a lot more about that when I made that video about that was called something like "You Can Fly in Valheim Now," where I basically showed how combining like a Feather Cape jump with a couple of different dungeon clips, basically you can basically jump on top of the jump off of the outside wall of a dungeon where you're super far up. Also you can like use potions and stuff like that. I cared about it. That's when I started submitting Glitch New Game Plus set seed. Yeah, actually, I suppose in a run like that, it's one of the few that could really make a big difference. So I appreciate that. That's nice to hear. Did you actually end up using it in some runs? I really hoped that it would become more of a thing in like runs in general, but it's kind of, there's too much going on, right? It's like it actually is great. It's just to be able to do that glitch and go far enough when you're doing like a new game run with a new character, it still requires so much. Thank you. Yeah, it still requires like a lot of resources to get the most out of it. Because when so if you remember the video, using potions made quite a difference. But anyway, that isn't anywhere near as bad as just like, it's actually not that common to get a dungeon in a good enough spot. So yeah, set seed. If you actually found a seed where it did make a difference, that's actually really cool. Yes, and I'm rooting it 1.0. Oh, that's really cool. I'd love to see that. If you're in the Discord, drop a link or something. You rooting it for 1.0? Nice. Then how'd you come back? That's the question. Well, I suppose so. One of the coolest tricks that I always thought I would see more of in Valheim speedrunning is there is always the ultimate way to get back, which it's totally vanilla / not cheating to just do / reset seed, reset spawn. It's the same as / die. So if you do / reset spawn and / die, free teleport back to the middle. However, if you need to take your trophy with you, it ain't coming, obviously. But it's one way back home. Let's say. Sounds awesome, Davey. Yeah, you've got me thinking about some stuff. There's a lot I can't talk about right now, unfortunately. I need to be careful with what I say so I don't get in trouble. The only problem with glitched flying is that it's very boring to watch. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like there's a lot of boring shit in the run. I don't think I have to worry about that in just like the normal run. I do. I think like a glitched any percent speedrun could be the most entertaining to watch out of anything. Potentially. You know what I mean? It totally depends. I think there's an argument that like when a speedrun becomes basically just playing the game normally, a lot of viewers have seen that a million times, right? It's novel to somebody that doesn't play the game a ton or something, or is newer or something. But you know, glitch runs in a lot of games, if not most games, are like far and away the most skill heavy categories, because the glitches themselves, pulling them off efficiently is almost always way harder than just getting good at playing the game normally. It's actually kind of crazy just how difficult some glitches are to pull off in certain games. But who knows? Too early with Valheim. I think it would be so cool if that's how it turned out. Do you know how to glitch through the Queen's door? Would be very helpful. Yeah. So there was a certain point where it became difficult to chair clip, but using the core wood bench and like stacks of wood, you can still clip, and also portal clips are a thing as well. I don't remember if they still work, but I remember using the... do I not have a video about it? I swear I talked about this in a video chat. Does anybody remember? Maybe we can have a link for Davey. I don't know. Did I not do a video where I showed ways that you could still glitch into the Queen? If not, we can maybe jump over to a new seed tonight and just have a crack at it. You can still do with both a chair and a bench. Yeah. What was I here for? We're looking at more bear armor. How do you guys feel about the rest of the bear armor set? Chat? I kind of want to try. Right, because of the health and stamina regen. I remember really liking it. Does anybody use the full set? In the chat? Or we just using the headpiece? Upgrade it a little bit. All good, Davey. Appreciate it, mate. Have a good one. Good luck. Luck with the rest of work. Alright, so right now we have 25 armor. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. I always miss this because it just doesn't look like armor. Now we have 27. Okay. Try this out for a bit. September 9th, when the new update comes out. It kind of is a fun look, this armor set. Why do I feel slower? Even though I'm not. Right, we need to just upgrade this a little bit further. We should probably do soon. Right, we need to get started with like food and potions and stuff like that. And I said that I would get started on the walls too, didn't I? So I guess first things first. Let's we did get more seeds, didn't we, when we were out and about? We'll go get some more wood stocked up for building. We're just gonna chop down a shitload of trees right now. You know what? We should go place a portal at, like, closer to spawn as well. Oh, we've got a little bit of tin that we've missed there. This chest needs moving down there, really. There are only 3 seeds that we found. This one it was more, but Um. Yeah, I'm gonna slap a portal down at spawn. And leave all these stumps. Just because it's content, how much it annoys some people in the chat. Yes. Go for a bit more fine wood. We'll head to spawn along the way. Oh, by the way, I did check the comments of the VOD of the last stream. And you guys remember how, I think it was Mike, our mod, that was asking about beard tips. Right. So we spoke about beards momentarily. I noticed that there is like a little thread going on the comment section of that video of somebody exchanging male grooming tips, which I thought was super funny. It's always funny, like, I don't, like, the comment section on VODs is so different to videos. It's normally way more wholesome. But what I think is super funny is, like, out of, you know, 7 hours or something of content, like, what people latch onto and or like what comments wind up being about. Because obviously sometimes it's like you read a comment and it's like on a VOD from a few days ago of a stream that was 7 hours long, and you're like, it's pretty hard to remember what somebody's replying to in the comments sometimes. But yeah, I think I just found that kind of funny. Good though. People being nice to each other. Being rises to the top. Really, that must have been the peak content, that stream. Also, there is some bias in a crowd of potential Viking enthusiasts for some beard chatter. That's a good point. That's a good point. Must be statistically more likely to come up in Valheim comment sections. Right. This actually is a really good spot for Paul, funnily enough. I didn't realize that the Ichthyer spawner was so close here. This is literally like a world record Ichthyer percent closeness. Hang on. Hang on for a minute. We might have to check this. What seed is this? How close do you think that is? I don't know. Alright, chat. Let's check something. Let's look something up on the leaderboards real quick. We might have stumbled across a good seed. The world record was set by Onion Knight 5 years ago. Is it that long ago? 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Stumbled into a quick world record by accident. Maybe. Onion Knight's actually been 2 years ago submitting Laker Age Through Blood run. Interesting. Alright, let's find that. I clicked on his profile by accident. Let's watch this. Oh god. Oh god, why is the quality insane? Onion Knight's a nice guy, by the way. I've not spoken to him in ages. Not really any better there, is it? Oh, whatever. First buzz seed, of course, modder though, true. Oh man, do you remember before we could turn off the crow? Look at the old food meter and everything. This video is really bad quality, man. Onion Knight was a really good runner, though, back in the day. I can't really... Right, so this is... I've closed what I actually wanted to see. Set seed. Archie 5 years ago, 221. It's not that different. Onion Knight was grinded so hard to find that.
Now, what do you play? You could grab the rook, but just bishop to a6. And still, the knight is under attack now. The bishop is under attack. Once the bishop moves, we're just gonna pick up the
He's
piece.
watching chess.
And after the bishop moves, let's say knight e6, and we're perfectly
What a
happy
legend.
playing this position. We're up material.
Archie's.
And
I've not spoken to
white
Archie in
doesn't have
ages,
any way
actually.
of attacking the black king. So what you have to do here
Nice
after
guy, though.
this capture is play g4. Now.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm gonna have to mute this. Archie's playing some sort of music. I just realized how... So I'm just looking something up. Because I realized that Eikthyr is so close on this seed that I'm playing on just for fun that I think it might be closer than the seed used for the world record in Eikthyr percent set seed. So I'm just quickly checking. It's way closer. No, it's not actually. Let's... This... What we need to check is new game plus 15 seconds. What's going on? He just AFK at the start of the video? Yes. What the fuck is this about? It's way closer, isn't it? It's closer. Interesting, though. It's definitely probably a runnable seed for new game set seed glitchless Eikthyr. Probably good enough for this. Because Fire Right is the strat for this. So the 2-minute one is trophy, right? Yeah, I mean, exactly. Exactly. 221, you gotta find the trophy and get the mats to kill it. You know what I mean? Probably won't really make a difference whether you use this seed or that seed. Actually, after looking into it. But that was definitely worth a check because you definitely could do a world record on that category with this seed. It just wouldn't be necessarily any faster because you use this seed, but I don't know, like a lot of forests really close to the spawn too, where I think you would like I always feel like you get more here. Probably wouldn't be any different, but it might be worth a shot. I'm just gonna nip to the bathroom real quick, chat, alright? I'm gonna do a dance so you guys get content. You get to get nervous about whether I'll die or not when I'm AFK, alright? Be right back. Okay. I'm not dead. I'm gonna eat some crisps for energy. I'll go no cam whilst I eat. I'm flagging a bit. Oh. Could probably beat those times. I always think about this, like some of those really mega short categories are probably beatable anyway. Archie and Onion Knight were really good at those single boss categories back in the day. And I think Archie still grinds now, he just doesn't post that much. He's probably still really good at it. But, you know, there's like new strats, right, that probably haven't really been used. Like, I wonder, let me test something. But can you do a combo extension with a torch? Because that could be a big deal. Yeah, I think you can, right? Because it's just a club, basically. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not getting him without doing the single hit first, but like that right there, that move would do so much damage. What's the grade wars? Just run away anyways. But yeah, it's definitely possible. I was doing the instant combo extension with the axe in all day easily during the Elder fight, but for whatever reason holding this torch, I don't seem to be able to do it instantly without doing the first hit. Brew Swift. I've only got no cam so I can eat, but I've not even started eating yet because I got distracted by the idea of maybe getting some new world record strats for peak tier percent by doing combo extensions with a torch. The thing is, like, it probably I'm sure like kinda any half decent player is capable of doing their fight correct. It's probably all comes down to grinding the RNG for the trophies. So it might not make any difference. But that's definitely, what the fuck? Where? That's definitely an example of a strat that definitely hasn't been used in that speedrun category. Oh. I was trying not to jump off There we go. Oh, no, it didn't work. We just bounced. I'm gonna actually die at this rate. Slacking. Just trying to sleep. Nick raw grind goals. That's funny. Let's get started. On fixing up these buildings. As much as I am a fan of the traditional look, it's kind of garbage for storing items. Going to go with good old boring squares instead of triangles. We get to help Mike's OCD. Wait. There we go. It's really funny. I feel like in the early days of Valheim, it's quite common for people to talk shit when they stop by my stream because I wasn't building. It's kind of like the main thing for a while that like kept people playing the game. It kind of still is. But like, you know, back then what I was doing was less common. You know what I mean? Than it is now. And that the game has been out so long now, I just think that people are very rarely impressed by people's build skills, and a lot of people, like, they still there's still people that love building, of course, but I just feel like when it comes to watching content creators, I think people care like less now than ever about what it is exactly people are building. I was thinking about just doing like the flat squares, honestly. Like this. But I didn't do a quarter wall. I didn't do a half wall or whatever. But I think that's fine. I'll leave it like this. Can always put a half wall to hide it. It's kind of something I used to do that people, I remember people kind of liking it actually. Where I would basically hide a flat roof, like basically use this as a quote unquote flat roof. But you make it look flat by it's hiding behind a half wall essentially. Wait, what? How the fuck did that happen? But anyway, at least now we've got a ton more room for storage and for crafting stations and all the rest of it. Good old exclamation Y. The classic command. Refractivities. Oh yeah. You know, it's kind of awesome as well. Like that was that was such a quick and easy way that we just got. I had like so much room for that by Valheim standards. We do that with each of these buildings, and we're stacked, right? Is this still on auto? You're right. I like to watch playthroughs and speedruns, but building, I'd rather see a showcase of the finished product than the build process. Exactly. Exactly. I actually do like building. You know what I mean? Just, that's the way to do that sort of content, is to build something epic and then show it off in a video. Because I have thought about dipping my toe into build content. Guess we technically did off the back of everyone else's work on the server with that video. Here, I'll show you what I meant, by the way. But yeah, I think the only reason I've never done that is like, the entire time that I'd be like relaxing, building for the video, I'd be sat thinking of a million other things that I could be doing. Well, I probably will do it at some point. My God, I'm choking. Not done eating. Yeah, basically you just do this. Then we end up with sort of like a hidden roof. We need more wood though. I'm still sort of eating whilst playing, so it's a bit scuffed right now. Okay. I'm done eating for now. I'll eat some more later. Yeah, it could be kind of nice to do a build video. I guess maybe what I would... The thing is with something like that, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter to everybody that to prove that you did it without cheating. But I think like the way to do it right is to like build something super cool, record the entire thing, edit into a cool showcase with cinematics, and then at the end you do like a time lapse to show that you really did it right. Because on the whole, like long term, the way I'm thinking about this channel now has sort of changed completely. I'm still, I think, you know, we talk so much about speedruns and challenges, but I think that's because like that's what a lot of the questions are about. But like in reality, like my channel since the beginning has been mostly guides, right? The streams have been mostly speedruns and challenges. And like a lot of my bigger videos, more successful ones, are challenges and whatnot, or speedrun related. But like most of my biggest videos actually are not that. And literally my most popular video is like how to level up in Elden Ring, and I think like top 3 is like my Mistlands guide. And so anyway, the reason I say that is like I do when I think about oh, we didn't finish this building, did we? Well, finish. Not like exactly like they're a work of art. But anyway, yeah, the way that I'm thinking at the minute, now my ideas for a channel change all the time because I think you have to adapt, but I would like over time to see it shift the perception of it just being like, I'd sort of like to do any and all gaming content, really. You know what I mean? Valheim or otherwise. Like I want to do more diverse stuff. I like what I do now a lot, but like for example, no reason why I can't just randomly get into making Valheim build videos. You know what I mean? And you know, I already have some really big videos on other games, like doing more stuff for other games as well. You know what I mean? Like I'd kind of like to. Sometimes I go through phases where I play a lot of. I go through phases in gaming in general. Sometimes the only time I'm gaming is when you see me on stream. Sometimes I'm really into a game and I'm playing it a lot off stream. But if I'm not streaming it, it's normally because it's not Valheim, and I don't think people would watch it. And occasionally I stream playing on the stuff, right? I'd kind of like to get, like, to just be like, get to a point where when I am really into a different game, I'm also posting content about it and streaming it. You know what I mean? Just more just like sharing my general interests in gaming. Still doing the same type of content. Still basically doing a bit of everything. You know, I might do some sort of like challengey stuff or speedrunny stuff, but I might just do guides or whatever. You know what I mean? Like literally the same thing. But I don't really one of the main ways that my thoughts have changed on it recently is like I don't really think it matters to commit to this stuff. I'm gonna make this one a bit taller because we might want to attach a lot of stuff to the walls because this is a room we're sleeping in. But yeah, anyway, the reason I've been thinking about recently is just like kinda who cares about committing to being all like one thing or another. It's just like just gaming, you know what I mean? I love video games. I like talking about them and making videos about them. I think anything about games could be on this channel. We're probably going to do some interviews with developers at some point. I think it's only an issue if it's not about video games to be on this channel. Anyway, I'm absolutely just yapping absolute inside baseball bullshit that no one cares about because I'm tired. Chat's getting quiet. And I'm building. Building just turns into a podcast whenever I do it. I'm too much of a yapper. There we go. Got roofs on everything. They look alright as well. I mean, it's a little scuffed at the sides in these ones, but it's whatever. I said I would do it. We kind of needed to do it because, you know, the plan is to basically make this storage. And we can just do, you know, a chest on every inch of every wall, essentially. With signs and whatnot. Then the big middle one, all of our crafting stations, all of them. The whole playthrough, basically. And this is like where we sleep. The only thing I'm not sure about is like building on this, but it doesn't matter, does it? We are getting the effect of it, aren't we? Right, chat? Aren't we? This is definitely close enough, isn't it? 10 meters. No shot that this would be 8, is it? Right, we need to get a kettle on the go. And for that, we needed a bit more. I don't think we have enough tin and copper, do we? We have enough tin. No, we have enough copper. We don't have enough tin. All right. Will you make an all achievement run on stream? I really do want to do all achievement runs. So yes. The only problem with the all achievement thing is like not knowing all of the achievements yet. If there's multiplayer ones, it kind of ruins all achievement runs. And I sort of suspect there probably will be. You know what I mean? Is it, you know? It's a big part of the game at the end of the day. Right, let me eat a bit more food. Can't really. There we go. Yeah. So anyway, all achievement runs. Gonna be super annoying depending on if and what the multiplayer achievements are. Now, I'd have to look into it. Because there must be all achievement runs that have this problem out there. And I wonder if they just skip them. The other thing that I was thinking is that if, like, it's something as trivial as, like, have another player join your game or something like that. I mean, maybe we just put the join code in chat. If during the run you have to, like, relog to turn off, you know, to make it, like, unjoinable after you get the achievement, and you just kick the player or something. Not a big deal, is it? It could be kind of funny if every run someone in chat has to join for a minute and instantly be kicked. You know what I mean? That could be kind of funny. So yeah, I'm not so sure about how the specifics will work out, but I'm definitely going to try and make a whole achievement run happen. Oh, there is a bit of tin under that rock. What's happening there? How come he didn't want to pick that up? It was basically touching our pinky toe. How the fuck didn't he pick it up? It's so weird. You could totally swear that was way within auto pickup range. I have to say, guys, I'm really enjoying Valheim right now. It's funny. You know, I think I've robbed myself playing the game normally for so long from feeling pressured to only do speedrun and challenge content, but feeling a level of passion and excitement about the game again, just from playing it like everybody else. Now, the funny thing is, you know, we're going to get to enjoy this for a while because obviously when the update comes out, you know what? Maybe it is worth fighting this guy. The thing is, we just melt regular bears and then 1 stars. Like, if we get hit, it's a bit of an issue right now with our armor and food situation. And we're not struggling for bear parts, so like, I don't know, right now I kind of just feel like, why bother? I think playing normally now, there's the thing. True. There's something to be said for letting your own personality fill the run and not the optimization. It's a different type of self-expression. Well, think that has always been my type of self-expression. I think I'm like different to some. I feel like a lot of the kind of speedrun stuff I've always done is more still like it's about the fun that we have. You know, people watch because people might not think about it like that because they might watch to see the run. But I've never been a super serious sweaty speedrunner. Never ever. If I was, I'd never have a camera and frankly I wouldn't stream at all. I always you know, always been somebody that prioritized interacting with you guys over everything. You know what I mean? I've lost a lot of runs from just wanting to talk to chat the entire time. You know what I mean? Because I got into speedrunning because I thought it would make for fun streams for me and for you, not for like bragging rights or anything. I just, you know, it just so happened that I you know, I've said this a bunch of times. You should always just play for PB. It doesn't matter what the time is. And it just so happened that it got to the point where my PBs were world records. But, you know, wasn't the reason why I did it. And even like when I was going at it the hardest with the speedrun, it was still about the stream. It is so much easier to not stream. It's so much easier to not talk to chat. It's so much easier to not be on camera. All of these things are a little bit of a they go from stuff like being on camera, which is like a little bit of a distraction and takes you away from it a little bit, to like absolute massive distraction of just like, well, why even bother streaming at all, right? Like if you were just recording runs where you weren't even talking at all, it's just raw gameplay, that'd be the way to like laser focus in. I just don't like. I got into speedrunning because it seemed really fun. Like I used to hate speedrunning. Watching alone, super fun. I appreciate that. Taking world records a few times. Yeah, back in the day. 3 missed lands. I'm gonna keep this because I want to keep experimenting actually. What was I saying? Can't remember what I was in the middle of saying now. Oh yeah, I used to hate all types of speedruns. My best friend always loved speedrunning, and he always watched games done quick. And we lived together for a period of time, and I remember him showing me like speedruns for games that he loved that he thought was like awesome, and I thought it sucked. Oh, this needs. What are we gonna do with this? I wonder. I guess, you know, I know what I'm gonna do. And so yeah, basically I just thought like, what's the point in this, kind of, you know, as a gamer at the time. I was way more casual of a gamer, I would say, at this period in my life. But yeah, I thought speedrunning sucked. I thought it was lame. But it was because all the speedruns that I had seen was people just taking it mega seriously. And it was like, just gameplay, no personality, you know what I mean? And it's not really about fun necessarily in any way. It was about competition. You know, just like old Mario Bros. 2 speedruns and stuff like that, or Mario Bros. 3 speedruns. That's what I'm thinking of at the time. And there are two fundamental things that changed my perspective on it. Number one was I was always really into Minecraft for a really long time. I was really into Minecraft. I played so much Minecraft at university and stuff. What do we actually... want to start making here, chat? We should do a dandelion run because we're not even really gotten started. We need necktails, thistles, dandelions. Because I want loads of poison resistance. So let's do that whilst we chat. Yeah, so basically what changed was I was always really into Minecraft, and what kept happening was like Minecraft kept coming out on different platforms, if you remember, and I would like buy Minecraft and basically do everything in the game kind of on that device. And I would do like it came out on Xbox, I'd do all of the achievements. I remember buying it on PlayStation Vita and getting all the trophies and stuff like that, right? I always played on PC as well, obviously. And then somewhere along the line, I started looking at Minecraft speedruns. And I thought, oh, this is actually really interesting. It was probably, I forget what came, Resident Evil almost certainly came first, but I forget in sort of the order here slightly, so it might be in a different order. But basically, Minecraft speedruns was a big thing that changed my perspective on it, because right away I was like, oh, I've never seen a speedrun like this. Because before that point, I just thought like it was kind of lame because it felt like all speedruns always looked the same. You know, if you're watching the same game, it's the same thing. But seeing Minecraft, where it's a randomly generated game, where the world is different every time, different runs look dramatically different. And there was something that I thought was kind of fascinating. Seeing how runners had to learn so many strats so that they had to be flexible and adapt. You know what I mean? To like whatever was going on a seed. And I even thought it was kind of interesting, the idea of resetting for a different seed to look for a specific thing. To me, all of a sudden, this is more interesting than just watching like Mario runs or something. Now, I appreciate classic runs of games like that now as well, since we're getting into speedrunning. But anyway, seeing that you had to have so much game knowledge to be able to make these on the fly decisions, and you had to learn. You had to sort of always have like a bucket of strats that you would pull from, rather than the same thing over and over and it just being raw repetition. That I thought was interesting. It's, you know what I mean? It started to look compelling, and I found it more compelling to watch because it was different every time, and there was a sense that you never really knew what you was going to get as a viewer, and that maybe this could just be the God Seed and this could be the run, if you know what I mean. That felt more exciting to watch and to do to me than a game that was the same every time. So that was a big one. And the other one is since being a little kid, I was always a massive Resident Evil fan, and the Resident Evil franchise has been like my favorite franchise since I was a little kid. And I always played a lot of Resident Evil, and when I was a teenager. For a really long period of time, you know, almost every week there'd be a night round at my house where like a few friends would come round and we all love Resident Evil, and we'd get like a bottle of cider or a few beers or something, and one of us would be playing it. It'd usually be me or my mate Steve, and we'd beat Resident Evil. And it doesn't matter what game it is. Like, it could be any of the fixed camera ones. It was Resident Evil 4 after that came out for a while, but then we went back to the fixed camera stuff. And basically we got better and better, right, at playing the game over and over. And I don't know if anybody watching is actually a Resident Evil fan or knows this about Resident Evil, but Resident Evil has actually always been a pivotal franchise in the speedrun community, because it's one of the few games that has always ended with a screen that shows your time, and it basically gives you like a score, and you could like unlock different things by beating the game under a certain amount of time, or you got a different you unlock different things by getting a different score, you know what I mean? And your time affected your score, and your deaths affected your score. So speed runs and challenge runs are a huge part of the Resident Evil community, and I was always really into Resident Evil. So I always liked Resident Evil runs, but they used to be like the only runs that I liked, and it didn't change my opinion until I was watching Fork Soup, who's a great speedrunner and a great content creator that mostly does Resident Evil, but he plays all kinds of games. If you've never watched Fork Soup, I highly recommend. He's basically he does similar content to me, but mostly horror games and Resident Evil. But anyway, the thing with Bork was like, he was grinding. He got a slot at GDC, right? So it's gonna be, so it's like a big at GDC, not GDC. At GDQ, a Games Done Quick. Right. So as a speedrunner, getting onto Games Done Quick is like a big deal. It's massive exposure. But the category that he was running at GDQ was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis %. And for anyone that doesn't know, in Resident Evil 3, like the OG Resident Evil 3, not the shitty remake where they ruined him and turned him into a dog. Basically, Nemesis is this big monster that shows up. Oh, what's up, Odin? He shows up kind of randomly throughout the game. But most of the time, you actually don't have to kill Nemesis. The game is full of all of these sort of multiple choice questions, you know, kind of like the whole Telltale thing, or like Fallout, where you make a decision and it sort of impacts the story. Resident Evil 3 has like a ton of decisions like that, and sometimes it's just like Nemesis just shows up and it's not even multiple choice. Like you can just choose to run away, right? You can just run. Side note, I remember when I was at university, I had a friend that remembered growing up playing Resident Evil 3 and thought it was super cool, but never finished it as a kid, and he replayed it, and he was kind of shit. He wasn't really a gamer. He just, you know, he was doing it for like nostalgia, and he bought a PS1 to relive his glory days, and got Resident Evil 3 because he remembered it being awesome. And I remember going around to his house and talking to him about it, and I was like, how's Resident Evil going? And him being like, dude, this game's so hard. Like, how did anybody beat this? Like, Nemesis shows up all of the time. He's crazy. I'm like out of ammo. I'm out of health. And it turned out he'd been trying to kill Nemesis every single time he shows up. And I was like, you know that you don't have to fight him, right? Just leave. Like, just leave. And he was like, wait, seriously? And it was a super funny moment. But anyway, Nemesis percent is a category we could probably guess already. You have to do the speed run. However, every time Nemesis shows up, you have to kill him. You have to do what my friend was attempting to do, and it's actually a whole speedrun category. And anyway, the thing about Resident Evil 3 Nemesis percent is there is lots of randomness, so it's different every time. Now, obviously, this is the bane of many speedrunners' existence, this type of randomness. It makes it really difficult to get optimal times. It makes it kind of RNG, so some people don't like it. But it does make it different every time and keeps it kind of like fresh. And so as a viewer, I found watching that super, super fun. And it got me deeper in the Resident Evil speedrunning because it wasn't the same thing every time. And so those two things are what got me into speedrunning. And so I started learning to speedrun my favorite Resident Evil games and Minecraft. And I didn't... I was like getting to the point where I was like barely able to finish runs. I was an absolute noob. But I was just about finishing runs, and then Valheim came out. And when I was playing Valheim, all I could think was like all of the ways that it seems like it could be similar to a Minecraft speedrun. And that's basically how I sort of grew to love speedrunning. It was all from the perspective of fun and entertainment. Being fun to do, being fun to watch, not being the same every time, not being like super sweaty. And part of all of this was like the content creators too. Like I mentioned Bokba Soup. Most of Bok's streams, you know, he's had several world records too, and has grinds every few years or something. He might give world record another shot in a certain game, but he's just having a good time. He's talking to chat. It's about chilling out and having a good time and entertainment, right? Not the super sweaty thing. There are a lot of people, especially these days, way more so now than when I started, of people that also kind of just casually do Minecraft speedruns because it's fun, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, when it comes to this, you know, me doing, you know, content that isn't really all like mega serious and casual or whatever, even speedrunning, I've never thought about it like that. And I don't know how many speedrunners in the Valheim speedrun community have that same mindset. I think a lot of them actually are sort of in it for the more serious reasons, you know what I mean? Probably not all. But I think to a lot of them it is about bragging rights and whatnot. Like I would never, I wouldn't compromise the reason that I'm in it just to do better, you know what I mean? It's always been the case that if I wanted better times, I should not stream or be on camera or on a microphone. That defies the point. To me, personally, that's not why I do it. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with taking it all very seriously. It's just, it's not really my thing in terms of being passionate about doing it and watching it. Now, what I will say, when it comes to like watching stuff like that, we need to make a better fireplace for the bed, by the way. Thinking maybe we like cut a hole or something. Yeah, what I will say about more serious speedruns from a viewer perspective is that that's the kind of thing, if someone is like all about being mega serious and mega competitive and mega focused, it's always interesting to go and take a look and see what's going on in that world, right? In any game, Valheim included. I'll watch content like that briefly. You know what I mean? I'll take a look because it is kind of interesting to see how people play and see the strats and just see the everything they're being very serious about, whether it's skills or strats or whatever, right? But to me, it's a level of interest that wanes very quickly, and I don't have the attention. It doesn't appeal to me to watch that stuff like forever. You know what I mean? It's the one. It's the kind of thing I'll check it out. Because there's still something cool about it. Definitely. But maybe this isn't enough. I think, you know, like the weather could still be a nightmare. I think if I speedrun because I get depressed when I beat a game. Yeah, so this is the thing that's like, my perspective on speedrunning has changed quite a lot since actually becoming a runner, because now I will watch more serious runs. You know, like stuff I wasn't into before, I'm into now because I kind of get the appeal now. I just didn't before. Still isn't mega serious runs, still isn't something I would spend as much time watching as somebody doing kind of like fun run. But there's still, it's funny, it's still a niche that I would like to tap into more, because there aren't enough people doing it. And I'm not even talking about Valheim at all. I mean, just in general, there's not really, like, a lot of speedrunning is still like mega sweaty. In any given game, there are people that do like fun runs, but what I mean is like, there's a genre of content out there that I really like where people just do speedrun marathons, and they know how to speedrun like a handful of games, and they'll speedrun like each one back to back to back on stream. This is obviously something that comes from things like Games Done Quick, right? They do like speedrun marathons. However, Games Done Quick's like often a bit more serious. Like the types of people I'm talking about is they'll do that, but it is casual. You know, it's not necessarily about getting a good time. It's about having a good time. And that's something that I still am tempted by. Oh, here we go. I was wondering when it would happen. It's just I've never, well, I actually have invested a bunch of time into doing it because I did learn to speedrun a bunch of games at one point. It's just I've not kept it up. And Valheim was always the issue. Like I could have done speedrun marathons for other games. But my hope would be that maybe, hopefully with 1.0, we get a speedrun category that's sub 1 hour, that's super fun, that everybody likes to watch, and then we can start doing marathon streams again where we do like Resident Evil runs and Valheim runs, and we can beat them back to back. There we go. This is better. This is pretty good. I think this type of chimney is kind of nice because I think it's a little bit better stopping the weather. I remember the day Resident Evil 1 playing on release day, good old times. Nice. Resident Evil 1 was fucking awesome. that was kind of the one that got me hooked right away. I think we can still do better with some of these. Matt, how many thistles do we have? Oh, did I put them here? Nope, I'm supposed to. But yeah, what Davey was saying about getting depressed when you finish a game, I do also feel now, after being in speedrunning for a long time now, really. Like 5-ish years now or something. I do also find like getting into doing speedruns and challenge runs are a fantastic way to get more hours out of a game that you really like. Did we seriously only collect 3? I'm starting to struggle now, I'll be honest, chat. I'm so tired. Barely slept last night. Been trying not to complain about being tired, because I hate how much of a whiny bitch I can be on stream sometimes. But I'm pretty tired. But I haven't streamed anywhere near long enough. And we haven't got anywhere near enough done. Never going to be ready for the Deep North at this rate. I suppose, as long as all my Deep North content comes out on time, it wouldn't be the end of the world if when the update comes out, we're not quite ready in this run, right? And still like release week be working our way towards the Deep North, I suppose. The speedrunner can clear this in 7 hours. I mean, I can't. Yeah, I can't clear a 7 boss run in 7 hours. But yeah, I could just kind of YOLO and do more speedrunning stuff. But I kind of, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to just enjoy playing normally, you know. Alright, that's enough thistle for now. Definitely didn't know that I had that dark hole there. Oh, I forgot the honey. That's funny, Mike. Right, so... well, we need to make the actual fermenters as well. So, I always like to have poison resistance ready before heading into the swamp, for obvious reasons. I think I should have more honey somewhere, right? There we go. We ate all the yellow mushrooms, I think. I am a big fan of tasty meads as well. So no problem doing some pasties. Right. Okay. The reason I ended up just kind of dumping this kettle out front is because I kind of figured, well, the cauldron and the cooking station, you know, when the weather's bad, we still want to be able to make food. We don't really need to make, like, mead that often, do we? Like, it's absolutely fine, I think, for it to not, the mead kettle to not be sheltered. Running craft stations are goated. Yeah, I like them like set up. I kind of like a lot of stuff to be set up outside. In general. Right. What do we need to be able to make a memento? I don't think I'm gonna have. No, we're definitely not gonna have the mats. Five bronze in it, pretty sure. Yeah. We basically need a copper run again. Surprise, surprise. We're not doing too bad though when it comes to dealing with bottlenecks and stuff. Trying not to waste important mats. I think we may need to do a yellow mushroom run at some point. Oh, you know what? Kind of tempted to head into that plains as well. Could get just a load of cloudberries. Guess there are two different approaches to a game. You speed run over and over again. Takes you 200 hours time for a playthrough. I mean, honestly, like, I've found that what it would always... normally for me, I would... Like, it's almost like you can't stop speed running, you know what I mean? Even if we play like normally, I'd be skipping a bunch of stuff. But this, just right now, I'm really feeling just actually playing normally for once. Find it very enjoyable to take my time. Can I tell if you can leave yet? Ready to call in? Busy day tomorrow? No worries, Mike. I'm stopping by, dude. I'm not going to last much longer anyway, to be honest. I'm struggling now. I think I'm going to have to go no cam for a bit. I'm going to take a quick break and go to the bathroom shortly. Nice. And then I might go no cam and see how I feel. Because sometimes when I go no cam, I find like just like having the lights off and everything. Just get like more energy or something. And I can go longer. Considering he doesn't have a club, he did an alright job at mining. This troll's really not doing that bad, considering he doesn't have a log. Right? And this is a bit of a funny angle for him without a log. We are going to need a lot of stone at some point. I'm just going to go back with this. Not a bad location, really, this base, considering, you know, we're only here because of the maypole. Did hire the troll? True. Ah. Well. I forgot we used a load of coal, didn't we? Make some potion, the meter bases. Alright, we should at least have what we need now anyways to get a fermenter on the go. Right. 30 fine wood and resin. Need a bit more fine wood. Go grab that real quick. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that we've been putting stone up here. Doesn't really feel like we've made a ton of progress, even though, because we haven't like, well, we did find a model location. Forgot about that. Because I was going to say because we've not done much for boss progress, but actually I forgot about that. I did want to make a stag breaker, you're right. Forward, and I should just portal. Grab some forward. Yeah, you know what, chat? I'm getting pretty tired, but I think what I'm going to... Yeah. I'll just finish this real quick. We'll get a fermenter going. Head on it to the bathroom, take a short break. And I'll come back no cam. And see... I could definitely get a bit more time out of the stream if we go no cam. And what I'll do is, once we got the fermenter on the go, we'll head to that swamp. And then we can make sure one shot. We can make sure that we make some more boss progress before logging off. Let me test something. Why? What's up, machine? I don't understand why with the torch, like, I'm not able to. That's a perfectly executed combo extension with the axe. Right, perfect. We got the double third in the combo. But that, right, with the torch. I'm not getting. I can only do the strat if I block and do a hit first. Oh, that wasn't right, sorry. Like that, look. I can't do the instant one for some reason. That, because just thinking like, still just got that 80% world record on my head, on my brain. That's definitely a strat that was unused back then. That would be a big deal. Love the fact you're still here speedrunning. Oh, thanks, Machine. Appreciate that. Kind of nostalgic to be here, to be fair. Nice. I appreciate that. What's funny is we're literally just talking about how I've spent like the last 5 years never playing Valheim normally. I'm actually right now happy to be playing the game normally for once. And I'm loving it so much more than speedrunning right now. Because to me, this is almost like a novelty now. I'm really excited just for play the game like everybody else at 1.0. Right. Just stick this in a corner. And I guess we first use our poison meat base. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we get that going first. I don't think I've ever seen you build anything but a bench. I know, right? Imagine playing the game like everybody else being an actual novelty. Lucky to see that too. Hell yeah. Alright guys. Now we've got the mead brewing. You know what's funny is it's just a bunch of rectangles. But things it's starting to come together, right? We've not tried to make anything look pretty, we're still rushing. We're restoring this village because we found the maypole. Yeah, it's looking kind of good, I think. Dream sounds exactly the same too, which is lovely. Still got that accent. Oh, that's not going anywhere. I forgot about the stag breaker. Right. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick and take a short break. And then when I get back, I'm going to no cam for a while because I'm so tired right now. I can barely stay awake. And I think it will allow me to stay awake a little longer. When we get back, I'm going to try and make that stag breaker. And then we're going to go and explore that swamp across the river that we saw earlier. And see if we can't make some more progress towards bosses before locking off tonight. So we've still got a while of content. But as always, I'm not pausing the game. We're not locking off when we're AFK. We're going to do a little dance this time around the maypole. There's content for chat. See if I die or not when I'm AFK. Troll might show up. There's been one lingering. Ah. Right. Sorry about that. I had to go grab some water as well. Right. We didn't die. We really need better food. Go get the core wood for that stag breaker. Still. Why is there always a brute, Jack? Oh, God. Right, let's use the troll to our advantage. I was in the air. I was in the air when he attacked. Not possible to dodge or block. Well, that's what you do. I wanted to jump over the log so we could kite him to the other trees as well. Well, he did get us some core wood. That should be enough. Ow. Oh, I'm so dead. Right. You guys remember what we did with it? With the mats? We have some core wood, right? Hmm. Couple more trophies. Some bones. Seems worth it. It doesn't seem too difficult. Before we go to the swamp as well, we should definitely figure out our food source. I actually think the stag breaker could be kind of useful if we end up dungeon diving in the swamp with, like, you know, when we're under geared like this. Where's all the deer at? Hello. I might kill these next, actually. Wow. That is some bad neck RNG. Right. It's useful in dungeons, yeah. Oh. Nice. Trophy. one more of those. My cat is getting tangled in my headphone wires. What are you doing, cat? Stop. Take these dandelions as well. Such a pathetic weapon when it comes to raw damage. But any sledgehammer is useful in the game for cheese. I'm a big fan of sledgehammers, the cheese they bring. Do. I heard a deer. I don't see it. I'm not going to throw the deer, actually. I don't see him. It means we'll just lose him. Sometimes making a move, like you see him, but mostly if you don't see him, it's just going to vanish. There we go. Nope. We do need that trophy. Seriously? Oh, there's a bit of a ridge in the way. Sticks out a bit there. Nice, we got it. We got some pretty decent skills considering not really been playing that long. Yeah. Can I go for that wombo combo right there? I think though, yeah, I cooked all my borax. Like, unfortunately, it was retrospect I shouldn't have done. Shouldn't be too long until our first mead's done now. Where are we at with this? Alright, phone. Okay. I'm actually going to stash one of these. Do you have more mushrooms somewhere? This one we did. Yeah, so I keep accidentally cooking all of my necktails and boar tails. And boar, sorry, not boar tails. Food in game and IRL is starting to charge me back up, chat. Kill a few boar and then our food situation will actually be pretty good. I've still barely been using the bow and arrow, and I was saying I need to start relying on it a bit more. I'm just not used to doing it. Bow and arrow in Valheim is so good, and it's also so powerful. But I'm so used to doing runs where you don't have the mats shoot many arrows, so you have to save them. And that's why I've been running around with over 100 arrows for ages. that just a random lone boar? Oh, here we go. Yo, what's up, Ryan? Stopping by, mate. Hope you're doing good. Is that a bear? No, it's a shed or something. These things always are boar spawns, but I don't know if they'll actually respawn or not. Obviously not here right now. Definitely already killed them. I'm pretty sure these farms do respawn boars. But I think it just takes a long time, and I don't know if it after maybe not be in the range or something. I think that is something we figured out once. I should test the stag break on a grayling again now. I've upgraded it. What's up, Salvazar? Thanks for stopping by the stream, man. I hope you're doing good. Just looking for boar right now, guys. Trying to top up on food before we check out the swamp. How I keep just getting these like singular boar spawns. Oh, nice, Salazar. Sounds awesome. Wait, is that grayling? Right, let's try this. Yeah. Still garbage. It's a little better though. More about the cheese, so doing a bit more damage will make a big difference. Yeah, I can't believe I've only found 3 boar meat. Could maybe portal somewhere. You've got the Dernwin quest. In the Ashlands. I think it's actually the coolest thing in the game, honestly. And it's always been something that I've been meaning to make a video about. And I always forget. I should write a reminder somewhere. I literally need to write that down. Where's my pen's gone? For fuck's sake, having a pen die on me is so annoying. Means I've moved my other pen. Using Windows sticky notes, I guess. I've always thought I should just make a video that is basically just like the coolest quest in Valheim. Literally, I wanted to do this video for ages and I keep forgetting about it. I could maybe do that like tomorrow or something. Maybe the day after. That'd be a quick one that I can get out on top of all the work I've got to do to get ready for the Deep North. Place a sign in your camp. That's not a terrible idea, actually. Okay. I think the whole Windows sticky notes thing, like the note stays on your screen, right, even when you reset or whatever, I think. So it should be good. I really like just using pen and paper, honestly, and post-it notes on my monitor. Put my pens downstairs. I have a pen upstairs, a pen downstairs, but pen downstairs broke, so I took my upstairs pen downstairs. Right. No way I used that many carrots. Did I really just use like that so many carrots? Okay. God damn. A troll nearby. Well, shit. I don't think I turned any carrot into seeds, did I? It's okay. I can... Oh, you know what? We've got that wolf leg. That's pretty good. Let's put that in there. Fuck all that stuff. Oh shit. Don't cook all the necktails either. Damn it. I hear this asshole coming up to my base. Stay away, dude. Oh, no. I don't think he'd aggro yet. The buff to stamina regen with this armor set is really nice. Like we've rested there, it's really good. Our stamina regen. Look at that, so fast. All right. Alright, yeah. Freaking troll. Maybe I just do another layer of fence, honestly. I was thinking maybe it's time for making a trench, but yeah, I suppose I will do bulk potions next. So yeah, that prep was a little bit scuffed, but we are going to be ready. Can actually stash those arrows too, because not really helping anyone right there, are they? Guess I might take them just in case. Actually, we do need a little bit of this and that, don't we, for boat? Right. Could still have... Oh, we've got one core. That doesn't look good. I'm pretty sure we could get cores pretty quick. Trying to sort of save my food usage. We can always use some butte berries, I guess, to reset. Yeah, there is some dungeons around the trader. Oh, I forgot about this. This is where the chaos is. Saw your video on Deep North. Hope the reindeer is the new mount. I was thinking it'd be cool if you could dismiss it with an item, like a whistle. It would run off and despawn. Oh, like Zelda or something. That would be super cool. It is definitely the new mount. We do know that, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Right, I forgot we actually need yellow mushrooms as well. Oh, that's actually good. What else? What the fuck else? Oh yeah, cores. I need cores. I guess we'll stock up on all dungeon mats in general. We can even take some treasure and some feathers. Yeah, yeah. It is the can ride it like a horse. This is going to be awesome. Check the little mound in the middle for treasure, so I don't want to like cross a dungeon off if there's still treasure in it. There you go, 4. Basically, technically only needed 1 for another portal, but so, who on their first playthrough of Valheim, when they started building portals, just ended up building like a massive portal room instead of just having like one portal at base with like loads of places? You know, you can just rename the portal. Instead of that, you just have giant portal room. Because on my first playthrough, I just had a giant portal room and it was awesome. And portal rooms are still awesome. It's just I think everybody stops doing them. It's because of effort in it. But they are actually really cool. They always look so cool. I remember I built this It was like a circular, big circular room. Like a circular thatch roof. That was fucking epic, considering it was from my first playthrough. You did that first. I understood what you could just name them, but was worried I'd forget. Have to track back out. Yeah, kind of the same. Yeah. I think I was more captivated by the idea that it was just looked super cool to have a room full of magical portals. And also definitely not being able to remember them. That was definitely an issue. At least when I stream, if I forget them, hopefully chat remembers. Or chat can look it up. Oh my god, I don't think I ever plugged how to support the channel today. Been too out of it, too focused. Alright, better late than never. I'm sure loads of people tuned out after the lunch break and going no cam though. I don't know. But normally it's the 3-hour mark. But it's coming up on a 6-hour mark. I remind people the way they can support the channel financially, because it is the financial support of our community that allows me to keep making content for you guys. One of the best ways you can support the content is over on Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. Patreon allows you to do a monthly donation, sort of like a Twitch sub, except you get to do it for any amount of money, even as little as $1. By becoming a patron, you'll also get access to 2 private Valheim servers, one for building and a survival server that resets with every major patch, just like it will for the new 1.0 update. It's incoming in a couple of weeks. We've got some big surprises for the survival server plan, so get ready if you're into that sort of thing. But anyway, you can join the Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. There's a link in the description, pin message in the chat, or you can do !Patreon in the chat with a link. New as of within the last couple of months, I've also done something that I think most people probably still don't know about, so I need to remind people. Also, you now get access to the 2 private Valheim servers if you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member. So you can support the chat, you can support the content by becoming a YouTube member or a Twitch sub. It doesn't matter what tier you do on Patreon or what tier you do on YouTube or Twitch. If you link the YouTube or your Twitch account or your Patreon account with the Discord, with your Discord account, and join the Discord, you'll get access to the server access channels, and anyone who does that can play on the server whenever they want with the rest of the community, and also with me when we do server streams and stuff, which we're way overdue doing the server streams, really way overdue. So we'll do that soon. Members also get random behind the scenes content. I occasionally post videos and live streams and stuff for members. Been meaning to do one recently. I'm just really busy. Probably will get around to doing one soon. But also, if you want to do a one-off contribution, the best way is just to donation, either Streamlabs link, do !donate for that, link in the description. And you can also do super chats and here with bits on Twitch to support the content. So the best ways you can support the content, even if you can't afford to support financially, are actually completely free. Smashing the like button on YouTube and subscribing to the YouTube channel is actually really, really helpful. Makes it more likely for my content to show up in the recommended feed, so it makes a really big difference to me. And yeah, in case you didn't know, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Yeah, exactly, Zenthorn. The portals are case sensitive and the map isn't. I'm not going to last much longer. I'm just seeing this. Oh no, I ate my wolf leg. Seeing this deer and thinking, this deer? This bear. Thing we could do with the meat. Okay. I'm more inclined to drop like some of the smaller quantities of treasure. I just remember like one of the first ever Valheim guides I watched recommended farming, like looking for thistle at night because it glows. And to this day, I always think it is actually a great tip, that one. Look how much that freaking thistle stands out over there. God, I literally looked at the thistle and missed my block. I can't see. Can't see, bro. It's too close. Why is it fucking brute central? Don't you fucking dare heal that bear. He is healing that bear. Not really damage it though. Motherfucker, it's another shaman. Fucking double healed. Piss off. I just want these bear mats. I have the forest. Well, care for bears. True. What the fuck? No. Oh my god, I don't have the stamina for this. Don't really care if he destroys the portal to the trader because connected by a land, so you can actually walk there. But I don't think he destroyed it. Nah, I think we're good. Might destroy it as soon as we show up, but he'll probably go away after a while. Right, what did we even go there for? Pause. We needed another core, didn't we? And we're going to cook this bear meat. We're actually come off out that way better off. Because we're struggling for another health slot. But a few pieces of boar meat will usually last as long as these. So we're pretty Gucci now. Wait, hang on. Mushrooms. I knew I had more mushrooms somewhere. Oh, there we go. Boom, loads more. Yeah, I thought I had more of this stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Could probably turn carrot into beans at some point before I forget. Okay. I can't have that much longer for that. Maybe we've got another day or two actually. Right, I'm gonna get some more fine wood so we can have a portal set up. Then I'm gonna go check out that swamp. And if there isn't anything in that swamp, I don't know. We might be done for the evening. But hopefully we'll find something useful. By the way, the other night after we streamed last in this playthrough, I was checking out the quality of the stream just to make sure everything was fine. I'm so impressed with the YouTube quality of our stream now. Since I changed, I upgraded the whole setup so we can do 1440p on YouTube. It's so good. Oh God. Yes, this is what I meant to do. Smash this. Right then. Where are we looking, I wonder, with oh, it's still bubbling away. Okay. Oh, hang on. We're not going to be able to do that, are we? Right. Let's maybe pop up our rested here. Not exactly the weather for a short sail, but at least it's short. Imagine if we find the bog witch right away when we go into the swamp. Just like we basically found freaking Haldor right away. The YouTube comments are going to be fuming. Ooh. Leviathan. Pistol Razor can probably still out DPS these claws, right? Soon. Maybe not though. Looking something at just barely enough. The other meat's okay. A bit boring, that stuff. We're out in the forest, away from our den. We shit in the woods, not in some farmer's pen. Don't be concerned. It gives you great pause. That's what we came for. To craft in some claws. That's a good one. The instant Zine Zone classic, I'd say. Hold up. What? I'm almost more tempted by the pufferfish for the free DPS. like loads of pufferfish just free there. But no, it's definitely better to go for the chitin. Do actually need a bit more, don't we? But not going to happen. I know, right? I don't see it happening, but it would be really cool if they just completely redid fishing. You know what I mean? Some games have really fun and really cool little fishing mini games / mechanics. It would be I would personally love it if Valheim took it in that direction as opposed to just being sort of Minecraft adjacent fishing. The only way the fishing in this game is slightly more interesting than Minecraft fishing is because of the different fish and the different baits. But other than that, it's essentially the same. I think I even prefer DayZ fishing, which is not much too. You essentially hold down the button and release it at the right time. And then there's like a little bit of RNG, but because you have to hold it and release it at the right time, it feels a little bit more engaging, you know what I mean? Somehow. I think it would be cool too, but I feel like the whole concept of fishing games is polarizing and making it all different. Probably would need to happen like now. Yeah, exactly. It's not happening. Valheim probably isn't going to change all that much from 1.0. Would be my guess. They probably do have some ideas, you know, about quality of life things, fun little small things, but I don't think something as major as completely changing fishing, I don't think we get that. Not anytime soon anyway. Remember Sega Bass Fishing and Dreamcast? Farmer Show Maze. Oh hell yeah, I remember that game. This sounds like we're the same age, honestly. I was to guess. I think there are lots of great fishing games and games with good fishing. I love fishing in games if it's good. Oh, I forgot about... Oh, I actually forgot about Abominations. Oh, yes, I feel... Oh, thank God. Thank God we're actually able to make progress. Oh, he's quite close as well. Nice. That's so good. Dogworth. Me and my mate used to rock that in the early 2000s after getting back from the pub, taking it in turns to fish and eat our kebabs. That's awesome. I really think that's the best time for gaming. I really do. an instant trophy. It's one of the more common trophies, isn't it? But still, first Certling, first trophy. Kind of nuts. Great single player games are so few and far between these days. Yeah. Most of the newcomers to the industry don't know how to make them because they've been making early access games or games as a service or whatever. And AAA is so bloated that no one can really get anything good done. Yeah, I agree. You know, part of what inspires me as a game designer when I work on games and stuff is like, I just love video games. I don't necessarily care if it's single player or multiplayer, right? But the amount of times I feel like when it comes to new games or newer games that were made within the last 10 to 15 years, let's say, I just find that most of the innovation seems to be in multiplayer games now. And I would love to still see it more in single player as well. But I find myself playing multiplayer games just because it actually looks like something interesting and different. Something like DayZ or something, right? Or like Escape from Tarkov. Or Hunt Showdown. You know what I mean? This type of thing. And like, whenever I get into those games, I'm like, wow, there is actually some really interesting, cool... Ooh, nice. Look at this. Interesting, nice, cool stuff going on, right? But then I'm like, everything that I love about this experience could be done single player. And I don't know why it isn't. You know what I mean? And then that winds up inspiring with my own projects. Like, playing Escape from Tarkov and playing, you know, DayZ and stuff like that. All the time, I'll play those games and just think, yeah, I'm just going to figure out making a single player version. Well, something single player that scratches this itch. Nothing like those games, you know what I mean? I do more like retro stuff, but it's just really weird to me, like, how often that is the case when it's just like, I just find so often the multiplayer aspect of a game is kind of pointless nowadays. You know what I mean? So it's weird. Years ago, even the Call of Duty type games had great, decent campaigns. The last one I tried was terrible and short. Yeah. Yep. I think the last time I bought a Call of Duty game on launch, literally, I bought the game and I clicked play on Steam. And thought that might have been another 2-star. And it didn't work. It errored on click and play. And I thought, with like a fucking multi-billion-dollar corporation behind it, don't care what the excuse for that would be, I'm getting a refund. Oh, look. Oh, my God. It's not Bog Witch. There's another cave up there. But it is Hilda. Oh, my God. People are going to be so triggered that they can't find the traders, but I always find them instantly. It's like a reoccurring theme on this channel since forever. It never ends. That's a really nice mountain. Now we're going to find Fenris armor that we want on there. Got perfect location for our portal as well. You know what I'm going to do first? Oh, look. What the fuck, dude? That's so good. I knew this would be Jackdaw Caves. That modder really is in the middle of nowhere. Well, that's really good. I wasn't even really thinking about Hilda's quest. Really? But I do really like the mini bosses. Right then. Let's make a little bed. Can I pet the locks? Sure can. Right, finally we made some more progress. It's so funny how little time we ended up needing to spend in this one. Because we got an above ground bone mass Vegetacia. That's really nice. Right, then. Oh. Double bed. We know what's coming, don't we? Gonna be too exposed even though it's a coffin. It's just the classic Valheim. Oh shit. I forgot. I forgot that I didn't change the other portal name. So what we need to do is reset spawn. And then die, I guess. Finds Hilda throws down queen-sized beds and winks. True. This Northman's not messing about. Excuse me. I don't even know if that if that sneeze was picked up on the mic or not, to be honest. I don't know. The noise cancellation is so crazy. I don't know what comes through. Right, we're gonna probably mess with me, boy. I'll make a torch in no time. You'll regret it. Hoggy. Dinton, thank you so much. The gift in a tier 1 sub to Volkmir. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the gift, man. It really helps. Thanks. My god, was it actually 6 hours ago that Volkmir gifted that last sub? Time has just been disappearing playing this game normally. It's so funny. Can't believe it. I kind of feel it's like it's taken years for me to get to this place where I'm this happy just playing the game normally. But I do sort of feel similar way about the game that I did when I started playing it when it first came out now. Where it's just kind of like the hours are just disappearing if I'm not, you know, trying to do a speedrun or a challenge. You guys know each other? Right. Very nice, very nice. There's no point in doing a death counter because the amount of times I use splash die. There's some sort of shortcut. I believe Volkmir has gifted me a sub or 7 at Thread's place. Yeah, I recognize Volk from the Valheim's chat too. Toby and Thread must have finished their duo run, right? Right, my inventory's a mess. But you know, I'd like to be making more progress. But we made very good progress today. Considering I've been like falling asleep since before I started the stream. Didn't get any sleep last night. All right. Are they still on the no map run? Right. I forgot that it was no map. All right. I'm gonna have to go to sleep now. I did definitely get some more hours out of the stream after I turned the camera off. Don't know why that is, but it's easier for me to get in an extra couple of hours when I'm starting to fall asleep if I just turn the lights off and turn the camera off. And obviously turn the camera off because turning the lights off, so but you know, you'll be like a black screen anyway. Thanks, Volkman. I appreciate that, man. I'm trying my best to make my way through this run. Before the update, but we may be continuing it. We may not be done with the Ashlands at this rate, because with my all the hell shit that I deal with, it's really difficult to do a session like this every day, and do have a lot of videos to make. So, but I'm really enjoying it. So I think I'll just keep doing it when I can, and we'll just keep enjoying it. There's no point in cancelling this run. How many people are watching right now? There is something I am allowed to say. I'm just not doing it strategically. There's my predicament. I'll explain. So, you know, I love streaming and I've really been enjoying these runs, but you know, all the weird hell shit I deal with. You know, it takes its toll. Hard for me to do it back to back. But, you know, I'm working on video stuff anyway, right? Like usual. So I'm busy with that. Kind of accomplished a bit of a life milestone as a content creator within the last couple of days. Let me read something before I'm about to say what I want to say. I'm certain I'm allowed to say this, but I'm literally going to read this piece of paper. No, it's not a piece of paper, it's a PDF. To double check. Bear with me. I am. It says it right here in black and white. I do think people maybe don't realize this. Anyway. So yes, the reason why I think I'm going to struggle to finish this, right, is because I accomplished, like, something happened that is definitely like a big moment for me. I've been let me read this. I've been given early access along with the press as a established member of the press now to Valheim 1.0. That's all I'm allowed to say. I can't express an opinion or hint at anything. So this is why I haven't said it until now, because I'm hoping that when I next stream, people won't have stayed till the end of the last stream, because the problem is, if people just ask me about it, I'm gonna be shit. I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm not allowed to hint at how I feel about it or anything like that. Yeah, so I can't even hint at how I feel about it or express any opinion about it or anything. But, you know, it's going to allow me for once, you know, like how every time a big Valheim update comes out, it sort of ruins my life because it comes out of nowhere and I'm super busy making videos. Well, it's going to allow me to get ahead of things. So I'm going to, you know, I'm starting working on, well, I have to figure it out like everyone else first. But I'm able to start working on my content for release in advance, and it has to come out. You know, it can't come out before the embargo is on release. Right. So, but anyway, I didn't think that this would really happen, and this would happen when it happened. So when I started this run, I thought I'd have more time. So yeah, that's why. For journalism, and to suppress research. In all seriousness, that sounds great. Glad you can take some of the time into your own hands. Yeah, it's going to be. It's a godsend. At least with idea generation, various niches and concepts, etc. Yeah, thanks, Inthon. Honestly, the big thing is that, you know, I have to be careful, you know, that I don't say that anything I'm not allowed to say. But basically, when I got access, I was like, oh my god, it's a lifesaver in terms of content. But I had this weird moment where I kind of realized I was getting super excited about Valheim 1.0. It's gonna be really good. And I kind of realized, I was like, man, the fact that I've got access to this is like a childhood dream, basically. When I was a kid, I always wanted to review video games for a living back in the day, because one of the main reasons why is because I thought it was so cool to get to play them early and sort of in secrecy and write a cool review and all of that. And the fact that I get to do that, you know, the last 12 months have been a struggle with the channel because of one thing or another, mostly health stuff, but this has felt like a real milestone, really. When I thought about it, I was like, you know what, like, I always concerned about getting ahead and falling behind and catching up, and you know what I mean, building a channel back up, paying bills, doing content, because one of the few people that attempts to pay bills with this stuff instead of doing a normal job. Difficult. But sometimes things like this put it in perspective, when it's just like, we're really getting somewhere when you get access to a game as big as Valheim that we all care about. So it's awesome, the fact that I got access to it. That wasn't a comment about it, because I'm not allowed to do that. I meant the fact that I got access is awesome. Little childhood dream. Exactly. Wait, I'm hiding YouTube chat right now, I've realized, because I was bringing up the documentation. Okay. So yeah, epic. We're going to leave it there. Yeah, freaking. Yes, that's why that's why I'm very busy right now, basically. All right. So make sure you leave a like on YouTube and stuff, even if you're watching Twitch. If you head over to YouTube, smash like, smash subscribe, all that good stuff. Just links in the description, all that. I'll be back with content when I can. I've got some videos to make. I actually think, you know, I've been enjoying smashing out like 5-minute-ish videos recently, just because it's kind of nice to make a video that I can get out in like a day or two pretty easily. that is also like there's a bit of editing, and I don't know, I've been liking it. I've been liking the more precise content, you know? Like when I make like a 90-minute guide, it's so hard to title that and thumbnail it correctly. There's something nice about just really something short and to the point that it can be made in a timely fashion, and the title and the thumbnail can be really like super clear and specific. Kind of like that. So I actually still might do this idea that I wrote down about the coolest quest in Valheim, because somebody asked me about that. So I still might do that. But anyway, I'm yapping because I'm tired. I always yap when I'm tired. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. I'll be back as soon as possible with some more Valheim. You might see me in a video before you see me in a stream, but I'll see you soon with more Valheim nevertheless. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Have a good one. Bye.